Chapter 42, Nowhere to Run. Harry was lying on his stomach in the drawing room, watching the little golden snake wriggle around on the carpet. He had finally got around to finishing Regulus' snake puzzle. It was a nice distraction from all the reading about spell creation that Padfoot was making him do before the next step of his animagus process. Padfoot thumped down the stairs and entered, and Harry quickly looked back to the book he was supposed to be reading. Padfoot chuckled.
"Still playing with that thing?"
he asked, nudging the snake with his trainer. It reared up and Padfoot stepped back. Its golden fangs struck air and then it went back to slithering around.
"How's the book?"
"Dunno," Harry said. Padfoot raised an eyebrow.
Haven't started it yet."
Padfoot laughed and flicked his wand at the cabinet where they kept the locket. He pulled it out and draped it over the arm of one of the couches.
"Do you have another idea?"
"Maybe," Padfoot sighed. He had put the locket in the cabinet about a month ago and left it there because he had run out of ways to try to destroy it.
"Mooney suggested using something corrosive last night, and I've done some reading today, so I thought I might give it a try."
He pulled his wand and muttered something. Harry watched intently, but nothing happened.
"Comdus,"
he said, frowning.
"What's it supposed to do?" "Cover the target in a corrosive layer,"
Padfoot said, making a jabbing motion with his wand.
"Maybe it's comdum,"
he said uncertainly, and then tried that.
"You know what? I'm going to go and get the book."
He gave the locket a dirty look and stalked out. Harry went back to watching the snake, which had made it to the base of the couch. He reached out and grabbed the tip of its tail to drag it back, but it didn't seem to like that. It turned around and bit him. Harry swore and let go, but its mouth was clamped tightly around the skin on his wrist. He gave it a little shake, which hurt, and then held his arm up, hoping the snake would drop off, but it refused to.
"Get off,"
he muttered, wincing.
"Let go."
He tried to prise its mouth open but it wouldn't move.
"Come on,"
he wheedled.
"Open up. Just open, yes."
The snake dropped back to the carpet and slithered around, apparently content. Harry sucked on the bite, which was bleeding, and rubbed his forehead, which had started to itch.
"It's Commodore,"
Padfoot called from the stairs.
"Commodore, not Comdus."
Harry looked up in time to see him freeze in the doorway.
"What?"
Harry asked, following his gaze. His mouth fell open and he scrambled to his feet. Bright green eyes and gleaming hazel eyes followed him.
"Padfoot."
Padfoot's wand was out and Harry hesitated before drawing his own and moving to stand beside his godfather.
"Hello, Harry,"
Lily said, holding a hand out. Harry looked up at Padfoot, whose face was set, and lowered his wand a little. Her voice was gentle, almost nervous.
"Hello, Sirius."
"It talks," Padfoot breathed, staring at the locket, which lay open behind them. Padfoot was deathly pale.
"Of course, Padfoot,"
James said, and Harry thought he had a very warm voice. He wondered if that's what they'd actually sounded like.
"And we listen too. We know your heart, your thoughts. We know everything,"
Lily said, smiling at Harry.
"Come here, sweetheart."
Harry took a tentative step toward his mother, but Padfoot's hand clamped down on his shoulder. A very ugly expression appeared on her pretty face.
"Give me my son, Sirius." "No,"
Padfoot said.
"Padfoot,"
James said.
"He's not yours."
Padfoot's hand spasmed on Harry's shoulder.
"Give him to us. You know we're better parents than you could ever be." "He's not your son,"
Lily said coolly, and her eyes flashed red. Padfoot flinched.
I don't know what we were thinking, making you godfather,
James added.
You're not fit to care for my son. You're a fugitive. A criminal. What sort of life is that for a child? He doesn't know any other children, there's just you and Remus and that mad elf of yours. Do you think he's actually happy?
Lily asked. Padfoot's hand tightened on Harry's shoulder, and his wand dangled uselessly at his side.
He does.
James laughed, but it was a horrible sound, nothing like the laugh Harry had imagined.
I can't believe how stupid you are. Shut up,
Harry said.
He should have stayed with Petunia,
James told Padfoot.
He wanted to stay,
Lily said.
But how was he supposed to say no? You didn't give him a choice, did you, Sirius? I chose Padfoot,
Harry said firmly, and both Lily and James gave him disappointed looks.
We're here now,
Lily said.
Don't you want parents, Harry? A family? We can give you that. You won't have to hide anymore. You'll be safe. No more risks,
James added, looking every inch the concerned father.
The risk's what makes it fun,
Padfoot whispered.
Fun?
Lily said shrilly, while James looked horrified.
Serio? Bombarda Maxima,
Padfoot said, his voice surprisingly strong. The couch exploded and Harry covered his eyes. Lily and James screamed and so did another voice, this one was higher pitched and made Harry's scar feel like it was on fire. The rest of him was fine, though, Padfoot was shielding him. A moment later, the screaming had stopped and Padfoot put a hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry looked up. Padfoot was pale and looked scared, which unnerved Harry, but mostly unharmed. The back of his robes were smoking, and his hem was on fire, but he stepped on that to put it out, even as Harry watched.
Are you okay?
Padfoot asked hoarsely. Harry nodded. Together, they turned to face the ruined room. There was a lot of soot and some burning fabric where the couch had been, but not much else. The explosion had blown the black tapestry off the wall and shattered the glass in the cabinets. The pot of flu powder on the mantel was burning a vivid green, and Harry's book was a singed mess. Padfoot bent to examine something golden on the ground.
Is it dead?
Harry asked, stepping forward.
Reparo,
Padfoot murmured and then lifted up Regulus' wriggling snake. Harry's heart sank. If the snake had survived. He kicked the ashes that remained of the couch and sure enough, the locket was there, glinting in evil gold. It was dented and the chain was melted in places, but it repaired itself as Harry watched.
Padfoot,
he said, nudging the locket with his foot. Padfoot looked over and swore at length. Harry learned several new words, but he doubted any of them were appropriate for him to use in any situation.
Right,
he said, dropping the snake, which slithered away.
Right. Creature.
Creature apparated in and then looked taken aback at the mess.
Creature is hearing the bang, oh yes,
Creature said,
but Creature is not expecting. Creature hears noise all the time.
Harry supposed that was true, especially since Padfoot had started trying to destroy the locket.
Are the masters well? Fine,
Harry said, as Padfoot sighed.
Is Master Sirius having an argument with the couch?
Creature asked tentatively.
That,
Padfoot said, jabbing a finger at the locket. Creature scowled.
We're going out. Fix this.
Padfoot seemed to realize he was being blunt and then added,
Please, Creature.
Creature patted his elbow, bowed at them both and set to work. Harry had so many questions he wanted to ask. Was Padfoot okay, not physically, but mentally? why had Lily and James thought Harry wasn't happy living with Padfoot, and why had they questioned Padfoot's parenting skills? Why had Padfoot attacked when he did, after waiting for so long? And, the one he was dying to ask, was that what they had really sounded like? All he said, however, was,
"Where are we going?"
"To see Kira," Padfoot said, scooping up the locket with a look of revulsion.
"Now?"
Harry asked.
"It's 8:30. Nocturne Alley doesn't close until late,"
Padfoot said.
"Come on."
Harry didn't miss the way his voice had started to quiver. Harry hugged him and then thought, "Awesome, dear me omnia," and apparated upstairs to get his cloak and trainers. "Is that?" It was. It was her jumper, the one she and Remus had turned into the silver ring at the camp 2 months ago, and it was currently stretched over Greyback's wide shoulders. He was sitting at a Muggle bus stop, watching her. He had been after her since Remus left the camp. She and Mad Eye had been following him. She had been careful to keep her distance, but about a week ago, he had started to show up in unexpected places, when she was off duty. And he only seemed to show up when she was alone, and it was starting to worry her. He saw her looking and waved. Tonks pretended not to see him and walked back inside, hoping that Remus hadn't left yet. They had just had dinner and she had given him an update on the search. It was still disappointingly quiet. Remus had left, their table was empty and he wasn't talking with Tom the barman. She had been planning to walk home before she went to the ministry. She still had half an hour until training started at 9:30, but there was no way she was going to try that with Greyback lurking outside. She tried to contact Mad Eye with her sidekick, but he didn't respond. That wasn't uncommon, he did it to annoy Scrimgar. She wouldn't be able to apparate. There were anti-apparition spells on the pub to stop people leaving before they paid, and so she decided she'd have to flow. When she approached the fireplace, however, the pot of powder wasn't there, and the small fire that usually burned had been doused.
"Flu's closed,"
Tom said as he shuffled past her, holding a tray of butterbeer.
"Closed?"
she asked, tripping over her own feet as she followed him.
"Why?"
Tom shrugged. Tonks bit her lip and glanced at the pub door. Then she shook her head and left through the back door. She had apparate from Diagon Alley. The courtyard was packed, which she thought was unusual. It was 9 o'clock on a Wednesday night.
"What's going on?"
she asked a witch.
"I don't know,"
the witch replied, tossing her blonde curls.
"It'd better be good, though. They made me leave before I could pay Madame Malkin." "They?"
"Horrors," the witch said, looking put out.
"Come on, Rob,"
she said, grabbing a man's sleeve.
"Horrors,"
Tonks muttered, and grew a few inches. The brick wall that led to Diagon Alley was open and through it, lines of Horrors were talking to people as they left.
"Everyone out!"
a witch in maroon robes bellowed, shoving through the crowd.
"Go home. You can come back tomorrow." "Aura Macduff!"
Tonks called, but the witch didn't hear her and she was forced back into the pub with everyone else. A crowd was gathered around the fireplace, complaining loudly that it was closed, and an even larger crowd was moving through the doors. Tonks knew a chance when she saw it. She squeezed into the center of the crowd and disapparated, thinking of the ministry entrance because there wasn't much point in her going home now, the moment she was outside. She hurried straight into the telephone box as soon as she steadied. She doubted Greyback could have followed her, but she didn't want to take any risks. She punched in the aura code and relaxed once the telephone box was underground.
"Wand, please,"
the witch on wand checking duty said through a yawn. Tonks hesitated. She knew Greyback wasn't around, but she still wasn't keen on relinquishing her wand.
"Wand, please,"
the witch repeated impatiently.
"Don't bother,"
a voice called. McKinnon and Florence were walking toward her.
"Wand, please,"
the witch said, looking annoyed.
"She's not going through,"
McKinnon snapped, and the witch gave her an angry look. McKinnon ignored it.
"I'm not,"
Tonks asked.
"Training's cancelled,"
Florence said.
"Merlin knows why, but the entire floor's empty." "Was it something to do with Diagon Alley?"
Tonks asked.
"Diagon Alley?"
Florence asked, looking worried.
"Why?" "I was just at the Leaky Cauldron and everyone was being sent home." "Aura Finch was investigating a shopkeeper in Nocturne Alley,"
Florence moaned.
"It wasn't supposed to be dangerous, she was just going to walk around with a dark detector." "Something must have gone wrong."
Aura Finch was about as unlucky as Tonks was clumsy. The day Tonks had gone to the camp, Aura Finch had needed to be rescued and had spent a week in St. Mungo's recovering from a nasty curse.
"If the level's empty, she's obviously not dealing with the problem alone,"
McKinnon pointed out.
"Obviously, McKinnon, but if the level's empty, it's got to be something pretty bad,"
Florence shot back.
"I'm going to get Melvin. I'll see you two later."
She ran toward one of the fireplaces, shouted Melvin's address and vanished. Tonks and McKinnon exchanged a look.
"If they need us,"
McKinnon said,
"then they'll contact us."
She tossed her sidekick up and caught it.
"But otherwise, it's an early night."
Tonks laughed nervously and McKinnon gave her an odd look. She strode toward the fireplace and then glanced back.
"Are you coming?" "I might stay here,"
Tonks said.
"Why?"
McKinnon asked, puzzled.
"Just."
Tonks waved her hand at the atrium.
"It's safe here." "Safe?" "Yeah,"
Tonks said.
"I'm going to wait for Matt.
She'd sleep at his house tonight, which she was sure would be fine, but she didn't want to invite herself in, only to be attacked by him when he arrived home later. It was easier to wait. McKinnon watched her for a long moment and then something behind Tonks moved. She jumped, wand up, and turned to face it. It was just a poster on the wall which had come loose. She turned back around in time to see McKinnon holding her wand thoughtfully.
"You did that?"
Tonks asked weakly, not sure whether to be relieved or angry. She had thought before that McKinnon sensed weakness like a niffler sensed treasure.
"Who's following you?"
McKinnon asked.
"Who says?" "You're jumpy,"
McKinnon said.
"Which means you either saw or heard something that's got you scared, or it means that someone's following you. And, since you think it's safe here, it means there's something out there that you're not keen to be exposed to, and the fact that you're not going home probably means that you want to keep your family safe. That indicates a physical danger, rather than danger because of something you know."
Tonks sighed.
"So who is it?"
Tonks looked around and almost missed the figure standing in the visitor's entry telephone box. She didn't know how long he had been there, but she didn't think it mattered. Somehow, he had followed her.
"Oh my Merlin,"
she whispered, her voice cracking.
"Who's that?"
McKinnon asked sharply, lifting her wand. The door of the telephone box opened and something silver flew through the air toward them. McKinnon caught it and paled. Tonks craned her neck to see. It was one of the visitor's badges, and where the name should have been it said "I am watching." Where the purpose of the visit usually was it said, "Look out." She had no doubt it was supposed to say "I'm watching and look out," but the batch-making magic had obviously changed it slightly. Even so, the message was pretty clear. She looked up again, but the telephone box was empty.
"Tonks,"
McKinnon said.
"Have you heard of Fenrir Greyback?"
Tonks asked shakily.
"Don't lose that,"
Sirius said warningly, as Kira showed them out of the shop. The locket was clutched tightly in her green hand, and Sirius hoped that it would be destroyed by tomorrow morning.
"And be careful,"
he added.
"I can handle a piece of jewelry,"
she said, lifting her chin. She knew what the locket was now. He had given in, and he and Harry had explained the concept of Horcruxes, and so she knew it was more than just a necklace. He wondered if the understatement was her idea of a joke. Harry looked puzzled too, but all he said was,
"Thanks, Kira."
Kira gave them both a wide smile and closed the door. It was still outside Walpole's. There were no other shoppers, and most of the shops appeared to be closed, despite it only being a bit after 9.
"Ready to go?"
he asked. Harry, who looked like a middle-aged man, nodded. Sirius offered his arm and Harry took it, and then he twisted on the spot, thinking of Grimald's doorstep. They didn't move, though. All that happened was that Sirius did a stupid little pirouette and Harry fell over.
"Why didn't it work?"
Harry asked, accepting Sirius' hand up.
"Dunno,"
Sirius replied.
"Aussen dear me omnia,"
Harry muttered, and his eyes widened behind his glasses.
"Is it warded?"
Sirius asked, frowning. They'd apparated in with no trouble only about half an hour ago. Harry nodded, looking stunned.
"Aussen dear me omnia,"
Sirius said quietly. He had never tried the spell before, but he had helped Harry learn how to do it. Light flared before his eyes, and when he looked up, there was a quivering rainbow net in the sky that extended as far as he could see.
"Wow,"
he said, and then looked at Harry, who was a mass of red and gold sparks. Interestingly, his magic was smaller than his current body. It looked like it would fit perfectly into Harry's usual height and build, though. Sirius himself was red, but he'd think about all that later.
"Is it always like this?" "No,"
Harry said, looking troubled.
"Can you get through?" "No,"
Harry said.
"There are too many layers. Every time one bit moves, another fills it. Do you think it's for us?"
Sirius finished. "Finite," he added, because it was starting to hurt his eyes.
"I'd like to say no. But you can't, can you?"
Harry asked, taking a step closer to him.
"No, I can't,"
Sirius agreed. Harry shivered.
"So what do we do?" "Thanks again,"
Tonks said miserably, following McKinnon out of the 3 broomsticks. McKinnon hadn't thought it was safe for her to stay at the ministry and had offered to let her stay at her house until Mad Eye could come up with a better idea.
"No problem,"
McKinnon replied, brushing soot off her robes.
"Hopefully this throws him off a bit."
"Hopefully," Tonks agreed, but if Greyback had tracked her to the ministry, then he'd probably be able to find her at McKinnon's. McKinnon offered Tonks her arm and spun on the spot. Tonks was being squeezed. Side along was infinitely worse than normal apparition, and then the pressure stopped. Tonks fell over, though McKinnon managed to keep her footing. They were in a small park, Muggle by the looks of it, surrounded by terrace houses.
"Is this where you live?"
Tonks asked, looking around. Ben, Melvin, and Florence had all visited before, but Tonks had been running errands for Malfoy as talk and hadn't been able to make it.
Number 13,
McKinnon said, gesturing for Tonks to follow. She led her out of the park, across the road, and unlocked a plain door with a tap of her wand. There were a few people around, but none of them were big enough to be Greyback. They both went inside, and then McKinnon locked the door, which made Tonks relax a bit. The hallway was narrow but bright. It had white walls and pale wooden floorboards, and a faded Gryffindor banner dangled beside a door on the right. It was also very clean.
"You can have the guest room there,"
McKinnon said, waving her hand at the door beside the banner.
"Or the one upstairs." "Upstairs is further from the door,"
Tonks said with a joking smile, but she was serious.
"Do you mind if I take my rucksack up?" "Go ahead,"
McKinnon said.
"I'm going to make dinner. Do you?"
The doorbell rang loudly and Tonks' heart froze. She exchanged a horrified look with McKinnon, who was frowning.
"Please tell me you were expecting someone,"
Tonks squeaked.
"No,"
McKinnon said, stepping forward.
"What are you doing?"
Tonks hissed, pulling her wand out.
"Answering the door,"
McKinnon said, lifting her own wand. The doorbell rang again.
"Stand somewhere out of sight."
Tonks ducked into the guest room and half closed the door. She peeked out through the gap, wand ready, just in case. McKinnon opened the door, wand first.
"Lupin,"
McKinnon said, dropping her wand. Relief hit Tonks like a bludger.
"Are you expecting someone else?"
Remus asked mildly.
"Yes, actually,"
McKinnon said briskly.
"I'm glad it's you instead. Would you like to come in?" "That's probably best,"
he said.
"Where's Dora?" "Here,"
Tonks said, stepping out of the guest room. Remus smiled at her, but his eyes were worried.
"You two know each other?"
McKinnon asked, locking the door.
"Yeah,"
Tonks said.
"What are you doing here? I thought you were going home." "I was doing my own little patrol,"
he admitted, and Tonks's insides gave a guilty squirm.
"Sirius lived next door when he was growing up, and I thought maybe... I don't know what I thought. No one was there except for Creature."
"Who's?"
"The house elf,"
McKinnon sighed.
"It was stupid,"
Remus mumbled.
"I had deluded myself into thinking they'd be there, but they're not. As I was leaving, though, I saw the pair of you scurrying inside and it worried me, so I thought I'd come and see if there was anything I could do to help." "You're welcome to stay,"
McKinnon said.
"You're probably going to be more useful than I am if Greyback does show up. You've got experience handling him." "Lucky me,"
Remus muttered. McKinnon laughed, and Tonks stared. McKinnon didn't laugh very often.
"So it is Greyback?"
he asked, looking at Tonks.
"He followed me to the ministry,"
Tonks said.
"I didn't want to go home, so McKinnon offered to let me stay here." "He followed you to the ministry?"
Remus repeated, looking aghast.
"He was wearing my jumper,"
Tonks added, and Remus seemed revolted, but not surprised. She wasn't either, really. Greyback had worn the ring for days, apparently.
"And he left her this?"
McKinnon tried to give him the badge, but he didn't take it.
"It's silver,"
Remus said. McKinnon snatched the badge back.
"I forgot, Lupin, I'm so..." "You know?"
Tonks asked. Remus and McKinnon didn't seem awfully close, and Remus wasn't the type to tell everyone about his condition.
You know?
McKinnon asked, looking as surprised as Tonks. Her eyes flicked between them.
How exactly do you two know each other?
Remus and Tonks shared a look, but were saved from trying to explain anything by McKinnon jumping and pulling out her sidekick.
May I? Go ahead,
Remus said, while Tonks nodded. McKinnon disappeared down the hallway.
Does Mad-Eye know about the ministry? I haven't been able to reach him. Oh.
Remus looked troubled.
Will you stay tonight?
Tonks blurted.
Please.
She added in a smaller voice.
McKinnon said it's all right.
Sure, he said after a moment.
Also, I think it's best if Matt introduced us.
Tonks nodded.
I've got to go,
McKinnon said, reappearing.
What's happened?
Tonks asked.
Gawaine's called me in,
she said.
That's all I can say at the moment, but you'll know about it soon enough, I think. You're both welcome to stay here, I don't know when I'll be back but there's food downstairs. I'll tell Mad-Eye what's going on if I see him. Look after her.
She told Remus.
We'll go back to mine,
Remus said. He was very pale, Tonks noticed, and she wondered if he was scared, or if it was something else. Tonk was relieved that he had offered that, though, she wouldn't have felt right about staying in McKinnon's house while McKinnon was out.
I'll let them know,
McKinnon promised.
I'm sorry to run out like this, if it was anything else, I'll come by to check on you tomorrow, all right? Be careful.
Tonks called, as McKinnon hurried out the front door. There was a pop and she was gone.
Are you okay?
Tonks asked, looking at Remus. He didn't look well at all.
Fine,
he said, sounding a bit off.
What do you think she's needed for?
Tonks asked. It must be important, whatever it was, or McKinnon would have stayed with her. Maybe Finch was in a lot of trouble in Diagon Alley. Tonks shut the door again, and had a quick look outside. Thankfully, she couldn't see anyone out there. Maybe she had managed to shake Greyback for the night.
I'm not sure,
he said, but she didn't quite believe him. In fact, he seemed to be arguing with himself.
Is that all you've got with you?
He asked, after several long seconds. Tonks nodded and fiddled with the strap of her rucksack. Remus smiled. It was genuine, but she thought it was a struggle for him to keep it there. Something about McKinnon's exit had rattled him.
Let's get you home then.
Padfoot knocked on the window of Walpole's, while Harry kept watch. Kira's pale face appeared and a moment later the door opened.
It isn't morning yet,
Kira said, frowning at them. Padfoot slipped past her into the shop, and Harry followed. Kira looked puzzled but had the sense to close the door.
Yes. We think the Aurors are here for us.
Kira's eyebrows disappeared into her dark hair.
I need parchment, a quill, and your most recent copy of Wizarding Law.
Padfoot said.
Wizarding Law?
Harry asked, but Padfoot shook his head. Kira drifted away and returned a moment later with everything Padfoot had asked for. Padfoot began to write.
Are you happy living with me, Harry?
He asked a few minutes later.
Is this because of the locket? Are you happy? The truth. I'm happy,
Harry said, a little scared. Padfoot folded the letter and tucked it into the book. Then he scribbled something else onto another piece of parchment and gave that and the book to Kira.
Could you send the book to the first address on there?
He asked.
Do it in the morning, and only once you've had it confirmed that we've been caught. Please don't let it be intercepted. Keep the locket safe. If I'm kissed, or sent back to Azkaban, send it to the second address. He'll know what it is."
Kira nodded and placed a hand on Padfoot's shoulder, and he offered her a small, nervous smile. Then, she hugged Harry and disappeared into the back room.
"I don't, why are you writing letters?"
Harry asked.
"Shouldn't we be trying to escape?"
Padfoot gave him a look that Harry didn't know how to interpret. It was nervous, worried and excited all at once.
"We're not running this time, kiddo. All settled?"
Remus asked, leaning in the doorway of his guest room.
"Yeah,"
Tonks said, playing with the sleeve of the pajamas he had lent her.
"Thanks." "Good night,"
he said. His smile strained. She thought he was worried, but it drew an answering smile out of her anyway. Then he pulled the door closed and she heard his footsteps retreat up the hallway. The room seemed empty without him there, and her worry about Greyback, about Aura Finch, about McKinnon, and about Mad-Eye, who still wasn't answering his sidekick, came creeping back. She pulled the covers up and settled into her pillow, though she doubted she'd sleep well tonight.
"Stop where you are, Black."
Sirius stopped and lifted his hands up slowly to show he wasn't holding his wand. Beside him, Harry had gone very still. "Please don't let this be a mistake," he thought. "Please, please, please." It seemed the entirety of the DMLE had come to see them. It was ridiculous, but reassuring. He had been right not to consider trying to fight his way out. Once he might have, it probably would have seemed like a grand adventure, but he wasn't about to risk Harry's safety, and he had grown up and gained enough sense to realize it would probably end with him being killed or captured. Since he'd rather be captured than die, and capture seemed inevitable, it was best to be caught on his own terms. And, while he was never going to walk into the Ministry and hand himself in, he wasn't about to run away from a situation like this one. Marlene's had been different. She'd have killed him if he had stayed. Remus had been involved, and Harry hadn't been with them, all of which would have made things hard. This, though, was almost too easy. He could go quietly, and get a trial. The locket was a nasty piece of work, but it had been right about Harry deserving more than to be cooped up in Grimwald. The Ministry would be too curious about Sirius' escape and how he had managed to hide from them this long to kill him or have him kissed. That meant he'd get a chance to talk, something he hadn't been given 8 years ago, and he still remembered enough about wizarding law from his Aura days to ensure he was listened to. Being listened to didn't necessarily mean that things would work out, though. "Please, please, please, please be the right thing to do. Please, please."
"Step away from the boy, Black."
Harry's eyes met his.
"It'll be all right, kiddo,"
he said. Harry nodded, though it was obvious he didn't believe it.
"Black. Step away from the boy." "You ready?"
Sirius asked.
"Not really,"
Harry said, attempting to smile.
"Do you remember what I told you?" "Yeah,"
Harry said. He hesitated and then said,
"Love you, Padfoot." "Love you too, kiddo,"
Sirius said. His throat was absurdly tight. Harry gave him a small, grim smile and Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Then, Harry turned and walked toward the Aurors. He did it slowly. He had the sense not to run at them, and a few feet before he reached them, he stopped and pulled their wands out of his pocket. The Aurors all flinched, but Harry turned them around and offered them to the closest Auror. Sirius recognized Lyra Finch, who had gone through the program at the same time as him and James.
"Thank you,"
she said cautiously. She took them, and then several Aurors converged on Harry, blocking him from Sirius' view.
"We've got him!"
someone shouted, and then there was a pop of disapparition. Sirius felt quite alone all of a sudden, despite the many Aurors surrounding him. No one seemed to know what to do with him. They were all staring as if he was something that had crawled out of the Forbidden Forest. They were equally fascinated and terrified. Sirius could have said several witty or rude things, but he decided to wait.
"Petrificals totalis incarcerus."
Sirius fell with a grunt and landed hard on his side. The Aurors were murmuring amongst each other, but no one had moved to approach him. "Please, please don't be a mistake."
"One move, Sirius, and I'll kill you on the spot,"
a fierce voice said in his ear as he was hauled into a sitting position.
"Finite."
The body bind came off, allowing him to sit more comfortably.
"I don't doubt it,"
he said. Marlene made a sound that might have been a laugh. "Please, please, please." Tonks sighed and rolled over, grabbing her wand off the bedside table.
"Tempus,"
she said, and a ghostly clock flickered into existence. It was just after midnight, and had only been 10 minutes since she had last cast the charm.
"Damn it!"
she muttered, and flicked her wand again to make the clock go away. She hadn't managed to get to sleep yet, and it was driving her mad. She took out some of her frustration on her pillow, by punching it, and then rolled onto her back with a huff. The door opened slowly and a figure poked its head in. Tonks clenched her fingers around her wand.
"Remus!"
She lit her wand and Remus' guilty face came into focus.
"I didn't know if you were a restless sleeper or if you were awake,"
he said sheepishly.
"I'm awake." "Can't sleep?"
he asked, coming in to sit on the end of the bed. She shook her head.
"Neither can I."
They sat in a tired, worried silence for a few seconds and then Remus stood.
"I'm going to make a cup of tea. Would you like one?" "Yes, please,"
she said, tossing back the covers. She followed him out into the dark sitting room. He seemed to know his way around without a light, while Tonks managed to trip over an armchair even with her wand. Remus chuckled and lit the stove with matches, which she thought was strange but didn't comment on. Tonks dropped into a seat at the table, yawning. She felt tired now, but she knew she'd be wide awake the second she climbed back into bed. The kettle's bubbling grew louder and Remus fetched tea leaves and cups. Tonks drummed her fingers on the table.
"Thanks,"
she said as a steaming cup was set down in front of her.
"No problem."
Remus sat and didn't attempt to make conversation. He seemed wrapped up in his own thoughts, but that didn't bother Tonks. She thought they were probably thinking the same things anyway, so what was the point of talking? She sipped at her tea. She was getting tired, the tea was warming her from the inside, and it was late and the chair was comfortable and Remus was there keeping her safe and keeping her sane. She put the cup down before she could drop it and her eyes started to drift shut. Remus said something in a quiet voice but she didn't really hear him. A moment later, she started so violently that she knocked her teacup over. If Remus had been pale before, then he was positively ghostly now. He didn't even seem to have noticed the tea dripping onto the floor.
"Did you hear it too?"
he breathed. Tonks barely heard him over her pounding heart. Something had made a popping sound outside, and at this hour of the night, when Remus Cottage was as isolated as it was, it could only be Greyback. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Marlene's Revenge.
He's still not answering,
Dora said, dropping her sidekick into her lap.
Do you think it's bad, whatever's going on down there? I don't know,
Remus said, but he was fairly sure he did. He hadn't been lying when he had told Marlene and Dora that Grimmauld had been empty except for Creature. He also knew that Marlene wasn't one to run out on a commitment, like looking after Dora, unless there was a very good reason. And, from what Remus knew of Marlene, that reason could only be Sirius. He didn't know where Sirius was, or if Harry was with him, and he didn't know whether he had managed to escape or if he had been caught. Worse was that there was nothing Remus could do for him, or them, if Harry was with Sirius. As if their potential predicament wasn't bad enough, there was also the fact that Greyback was after Dora. Unlike Sirius and Harry, Remus had been able to do something about that. She seemed comforted by having him around, and Remus felt better because he knew where she was and that she was safe. Or sort of safe. After hearing Greyback apparate into the garden, they had moved to the couch and stayed there all night, both too worried to sleep, but so far, Greyback hadn't approached the house. Greyback had spent the night in Remus' garden, and it hadn't escaped Remus' notice that he had chosen to sit in the exact spot where he had bitten Remus all those years ago. Dora had wanted to leave as soon as Greyback arrived, but Remus had talked her out of it. If they flewed, one of them would be alone in the house for a few seconds, and that could be fatal. Greyback would also hear the address they were going to, and be able to follow them. If they apparated, he'd just find them again. He had found them so far, though Remus couldn't work out how, and they really didn't have anywhere else to go. And Marlene said she'd come by to check on us, Remus added mentally. Hopefully she'd bring others with her and they could catch Greyback? Take Dora, and Remus, because he was involved now too, to a safe house? He didn't know. There was a tap at the window and Dora yelped. It was only Strix though, bringing the prophet. Remus flicked his wand at the window, which opened long enough for Strix to get in and then slammed shut and locked. Strix dropped the paper in Remus' lap and alighted on the arm of the couch beside Dora for a pat. She stroked his feathers absently, and then stood.
Where are you going?
Remus asked.
I'm going to get a book,
she said through a yawn.
Will you be okay?
Remus nodded. She left and he unfolded the paper. His heart stopped. Serious Trouble for Black, was the headline and took up most of the front page. Remus lurched to his feet with the paper scrunched up in his fist, and went to the sink to splash water on his face. He looked at the paper again, but the headline still hadn't changed. Guess it's true then, he thought, and collapsed into a chair at the table. His hands were trembling as he spread the paper out to read. Sirius Black was caught by Aurors in Diagon Alley last night, putting an end to his 14 months on the run from Ministry officials. Black was taken into the Ministry's custody and is being kept in a secure but unknown location. Harry Potter was also found and taken to a safe location that has not been named for his safety. Black was spotted by one of the Ministry's Aurors in Nocturne Alley, quite by chance. The evil magic radiating off him was enough to trigger a dark detector held by said Auror, and once Black was otherwise engaged, she called in her co-workers to secure the alley. When Black and Potter made their way back to the main street, his evil had been masked, but he was still, thankfully, recognizable. Auras are investigating the shop in question to determine whether concealment charms were used to hide Black's evil. Remus couldn't read any more. He dropped the paper like it was some sort of slimy, poisonous bug and went to splash more water on his face. He wiped his eyes and then swore, jumped, and stumbled backward. Standing on the other side of the kitchen window was Greyback. He was smiling in a way that showed all of his teeth and promised pain, and his eyes were so bright they were almost feverish. Remus stood very still, gasping. Greyback just watched him.
Remus!
Dora was back, holding a human chameleon.
What are you looking at? He was.
Greyback was gone, but obviously still around somewhere. Remus hadn't heard him apparate.
Greyback was there,
Remus said through numb lips.
Outside the window.
Dora whipped out her wand and looked around nervously as if she expected Greyback to jump out from behind a couch. It honestly wouldn't have surprised Remus at this point. This is getting ridiculous, he thought, shivering. They were safe inside the house for the moment, but Greyback was getting braver. He'd be happy to toy around with them for a bit, but Remus knew he'd get bored. Once that happened, it was only a matter of time before he reversed one of the charms on the windows or doors, or apparated inside. Or maybe he'd just blow a hole in the side of the cottage and come in that way. And when that happened, things would get ugly. Greyback wasn't going to want to negotiate. It would be a fight, magical or physical, depending on how he was feeling. Maybe it would even be a combination. Remus had saved Greyback several times over the years by refusing to hand him over to the Aurors or Dumbledore. He didn't like it, and it wasn't for any reason other than to protect the people living at the camps, but he had done it. Now though, with him and Dora being threatened, and Greyback's presence preventing Remus from finding Sirius and Harry, Remus was sorely tempted to do whatever it took to get rid of him. And, with things in their current state, Remus could only imagine that would involve Greyback dying or being captured. It'll have to be captured, Remus thought grimly. Greyback's death would create more problems than it would solve. Even his capture would threaten everyone at the camp. Though there could be a way around that. The next hour was spent in silence, broken only by the sound of Dora's sidekick semi-closing and opening. It was a nervous habit she seemed to have developed overnight, though it was a sensible one, since it kept it within reach, and of pages turning. Both Dora and Remus were immersed in their respective books, though not as deeply immersed as they might have been. Remus was keeping an ear out for Greyback and regularly checked the doors, windows, and corners of the room, just in case.
Remus,
Dora said, as he turned a page.
Is he still out there?
Remus stood and peeked out the window.
Yes.
He had returned to the place under the tree and was staring intently at the house.
Where? Just under the tree,
Remus said, giving her an odd look. Her eyes flicked down to her sidekick, which was open in her lap. Remus quirked an eyebrow and she nodded. Remus could have cried with relief.
At the bottom of my garden, where he's been all night.
Remus added, and could only just hear whispering through the sidekick.
Do you think he has his wand?
Dora asked. That's good. Give them as much information as possible without tipping Greyback off.
Probably,
Remus said.
He apparated in, didn't he? Yeah, I suppose. Do you think we're safe in here? For now. When he decides he wants to come in, that's when we'll have a problem, and frankly, I'm amazed he's waited this long. Do you think the Aurors are coming, Remus?
Dora asked in a very small, obviously distressed voice. She was putting it on, her scent was actually rather calm, but Remus was sure Greyback would be thrilled to think he was getting to her.
I don't know,
he said, trying to sound miserable.
Even if they do, his senses are so good they'd have no chance of catching him.
Remus didn't think that was true. If they could catch Sirius, they could catch Greyback. It was more that he needed to convey the message about his senses, as a warning.
Get him into the house.
Mad Eye's voice was so low that Remus could hardly hear it. Dora didn't seem to have heard it at all. Mad Eye added something else that was too quiet even for Remus, but he couldn't very well ask Mad Eye to repeat it or Greyback would overhear him asking. Remus mumbled a made-up word.
What?
Dora asked. Remus smiled.
Send a message once he's inside and we'll apparate in and trap him,
Mad Eye said.
I said we'll sort something out,
Remus said. He used his wand to write, Mad Eye says to lure him inside, send a message with your sidekick and then presumably keep him distracted long enough for them to trap him. Dora nodded, eyes wide, and Remus flicked his wand. The letters dissolved into the air.
Hopefully,
he said, to keep their fake conversation going. They fell silent and then Remus thought of something.
Why don't you have a shower or something?
Dora lifted an eyebrow and he gave her a beseeching look. She nodded slowly.
That sounds wonderful, actually. Will you? I'll be fine,
he said. She stood, holding her sidekick, and crossed the room. Her hair grew up to expose the back of her neck and then, as if someone was standing behind her with a quill and James' old invisibility cloak, Remus wondered absently what had happened to that. The words "Be careful" appeared. Then she lightened her skin again and vanished into the hall. Remus waited until he heard water running and then he stood and waved his wand at the front door, which popped open. Greyback was waiting on the doorstep.
About time,
he said, leering at Remus. Remus held his wand up. It was a warning, but not threatening. Greyback's wand was in his fist as his side, but his knuckles were white.
I must say, I expected you to invite me in earlier.
Remus was disconcerted that Greyback had known what he would do before he himself had known, and it must have shown on his face or in his scent, because Greyback wheezed a laugh.
I'm going to put my wand on the kitchen table,
Remus said.
Then you're going to do the same.
Greyback appeared to think about it, but it didn't take long. Greyback was a competent wizard, but they both knew he'd have to be lucky to beat Remus in any magical challenge. They also both knew that Greyback would easily win any physical confrontation, and that Remus was therefore giving up any advantage he might have. Greyback turned his wand around and then passed it to Remus, who took it.
Is that smart?
Remus asked, stepping backward, just in case Greyback decided he wanted it back.
You're too honorable to attack me without provocation,
Greyback said.
Am I?
Remus asked, though he knew it was true. Greyback made himself at home on the couch he and Dora had just vacated while Remus put their wands on the kitchen bench, best to keep them as far from Greyback as possible, even if it did mean they'd be far away from Remus too. He deliberately knocked the kettle off the bench. If Dora hadn't realized Greyback was inside, hopefully she'd interpret the noise as a message.
Take a seat,
Greyback said, patting the couch beside him. Remus put the kettle away and opted for the armchair instead.
Now, do you remember what I said about suspicious behavior?
Remus gave him a stony look.
I'm a patient man, Lupin,
Remus snorted and Greyback's lip curled.
But I've run out of patience. You're running around with auras now. Do you honestly think they can protect you?
There was a thump from the bathroom.
Or maybe you're protecting them. Maybe,
Remus said.
I'd say I'm sorry,
Greyback said.
Except I'm not.
Greyback pulled another wand out of his scruffy robes and Remus' breath caught.
I'm not going to kill you,
Greyback cooed, getting up. He patted Remus' head. Remus leaned away, but wasn't about to make a run for it while Greyback had a wand in his face.
I'm just going to make sure you can't interfere.
He leered at Remus again.
Pity you were too honorable to hold on to those wands, hey. Go on, then,
Remus said.
Stun me.
He figured Mad Eye couldn't be far away. He trusted Greyback not to kill him. Greyback wouldn't have bothered lying about that, and Dora had her wand and her sidekick, so she'd be safe until Mad Eye arrived. Even if Greyback disarmed her, which Remus didn't want to think about, he'd want to talk to her before he did any serious damage.
Stun you?
Greyback laughed.
No, son. You're going to listen. You're going to hear her die and know it's your fault.
Several things happened at once. The water in the bathroom stopped, the auras apparated around the house in perfect synchronization. All Remus heard was one loud, almost echoing pop, and Remus snatched the wand out of Greyback's hand. It never would have worked if Greyback wasn't distracted by all the noises. Greyback let out a howl of fury and threw himself at Remus, who managed to get the wand up in time.
Protego!
Greyback hit the shield charm and bounced off. He crashed into the coffee table, which broke, and then launched himself back to his feet and stood, chest heaving, eyes wild, and teeth bared. Strix hooted uneasily. If looks could kill, Remus thought, holding the wand steady. The bathroom door clicked and a floorboard creaked. Remus' head snapped in that direction, and out of the corner of his eye, he saw Greyback lunge. He turned back, but he was too slow.
Stupefy!
Dora cried, appearing in the doorway. Greyback dropped where he stood, and a moment later, Remus' front door burst off its hinges and Mad Eye barged in, followed by 6 others.
Incarcerus!
He barked, without breaking stride, and ropes twined themselves around Greyback's still form. Remus flopped back into his armchair. Dora sat down where she was, in the hall doorway, with a sound that was a cross between a laugh and a sob. Mad Eye ordered the other auras out again. 1 kindly fixed the door on the way, while 2 stopped to lift Greyback, and went over to Dora. Remus glanced over to make sure he and Dora were distracted, and then he lifted Greyback's wand and whispered the incantation he had found that afternoon. Greyback sagged even more, if that was possible, and Remus knew it had worked. Greyback would have no recollection of Remus' role in his capture. He'd think that he had been caught outside Marlene's house in London, since Greyback must have made it there at some point, or he wouldn't have known that Remus was involved and to visit the cottage, and that Remus had been called by the auras because he knew Greyback. Greyback would remember Remus offering to remove the pack's location from his mind and would remember accepting the offer. Remus had actually removed that information so the auras wouldn't be able to find the camp. Not only did that protect the camp, which had been Remus' biggest qualm with having Greyback arrested, but it also left Remus on neutral terms with Greyback, which meant Remus would be able to return to the camp. And, since Remus knew Voldemort would be back eventually, due to the Horcrux, it was crucial that Remus didn't completely alienate himself from Greyback and the pack. He could make him mad, certainly, he did that regularly, but he didn't want to damage his already unstable relationship with Greyback beyond repair. Having him arrested would certainly do so.
Are you hurt, Lupin?
Mad Eye asked, limping over with Dora behind him.
No, I'm fine,
Remus said. Dora caught his eye. She didn't smile or speak, but she didn't need to. Remus understood, and he thought she understood him too. He went to retrieve his and Greyback's wands from the kitchen bench and caught another glimpse of the paper. Sirius and Harry. He was ashamed to admit he hadn't spared them much thought in the last hour. He wondered if Mad Eye would know what was going on, or if he'd have to go to Hogwarts to get the news from Dumbledore. Maybe I could even stop by at Marlene's.
Who does that belong to?
Dora asked, frowning at the third wand in Remus' hand. Remus pocketed his own.
These two were Greybacks. He had two.
Mad Eye asked, looking troubled. He made a grabbing motion and Remus passed them over. Mad Eye examined them and tucked them into his robes for safekeeping.
We should go, Scrimgeour will want to talk to the pair of you. I really think I should.
Mad Eye fixed both his real and his magical eye on Remus.
The Ministry's the place you want to be, lad,
he said, giving Remus a very pointed look.
Trust me. My apologies, friends,
Albus said, waving his wand.
The nerve of people these days.
Phineas Nigel's portrait exclaimed as a web of magic affixed itself to his portrait, and all of the others. They'd be able to talk to Albus, but they wouldn't be able to hear his responses and they wouldn't be able to see him either. A very old charm, cast long before Albus' headship ensured they didn't discuss what they saw or heard in the office, but with the conversation he was about to have. It's better to be safe. One of the silver trinkets on the table in the corner of Albus' office flashed a bright white. Fox looked over, curious, but he had been living in the office too long to be startled by it.
Come in,
he called. The door flung open and Severus stalked in.
You wanted to see me, Dumbledore?
He asked, dropping into the chair on the other side of Albus' desk.
I did,
Albus replied.
I have a task for you, Severus. Wonderful,
Severus said, looking as if he thought it was anything but wonderful. Albus couldn't really blame him. The last thing Albus had asked of him, aside from the usual requests like speaking politely to other staff members, and not terrorizing students, particularly first years, Gryffindors, and Hufflepuffs, had been to give lessons to young Draco Malfoy. He didn't think Severus had forgiven him for that yet, which was a pity, particularly because of what he was about to ask.
Have you seen the prophet today, Severus?
Albus asked, stalling.
You know I rarely bother with that drivel,
Severus sneered.
I admit the stories can be rather lucrative, but they do have an excellent crossword. What was in the paper?
Severus bit out.
Sirius and Harry were caught last night.
Severus paled.
The boy is safe,
Albus said.
And Black?
Severus asked, looking nervous.
Has he been kissed? Are you concerned, Severus?
Albus asked.
I'd have thought you of all people would welcome the news that the man responsible for Lily Potter's death has been apprehended.
Severus gave him a glare that fell short because he still looked anxious. Albus wondered at that. He himself didn't much care about Sirius' welfare and Albus knew he was more forgiving than Severus had ever been.
No,
he said finally.
Sirius is safe in Ministry custody.
Severus snorted at that, though Albus couldn't be sure why.
The task, Dumbledore?
Severus asked impatiently, after a pause. Albus said.
Yes. I've had a letter from Dolores Umbridge. She wants Harry out of the Ministry and into a suitable home by tomorrow night. Absolutely not.
Severus snarled, leaping to his feet.
I am not taking the boy. He can go back to his aunt. Sit down, Severus,
Albus said, amused.
I would never ask you to adopt the boy, for your sake and for his.
Severus hesitated and then sat down.
I do intend to return Harry to Petunia and Vernon. Then what am I here for? I'll be spending the majority of my time at the ministry until this custody mess is sorted,
Albus sighed.
I wouldn't put it past Dolores to give the boy to the first wizarding family that showed an interest. Surely there are laws prohibiting. There are if the child in question has parents or any other form of guardian. Currently, Harry Potter does not. Not legally.
Albus amended, when Severus' mouth fell open.
Which means the ministry is liable to do as they please, and Sirius is liable to point out that James and Lily's wishes were to have Harry live with him. Were either the ministry or Sirius to gain legal control over Harry. So what are you going to do?
Severus asked, looking apprehensive. Albus produced a stack of documents from his desk drawer.
Forgery? You're going to forge. Petunia is a better guardian for the boy than anyone the ministry will find.
Ideally, Albus would have given the boy to Remus, he thought they'd both like that, but the ministry would never allow it.
Even if she did only take him out of duty and not love. No one can argue that a blood relative has no claim to him, and legal documents from the Muggle world are respected in our world. I should have had her sign them years ago, when she first took the boy in, but with everything else going on, I never imagined anything like this could come to pass. Is that really the best place for the brat? He will be safe,
Albus said grimly. Last year had been an eye-opener for him about Harry's childhood. The boy hadn't seemed fond of his relatives, nor they of him. Albus had hoped to give Harry a happy childhood, and it seemed he had failed, but he had succeeded in sheltering Harry from the wizarding world and his fame, until Sirius barged into their lives and ruined that, and in keeping him safe. Now, Dumbledore knew better than to think that anything but safety awaited Harry at the Dursleys. He felt absolutely wretched that he would be forcing the boy back to a home where he had not been particularly happy and where familial love was buried so deeply that it rarely showed on the surface. It wasn't fair to the boy who had lost so much and been through so much, but that and a weekly respite was the best Albus could offer him until he started Hogwarts.
Safer than he would with a magical family?
Severus asked doubtfully.
He's been exposed. He will stay with Remus on weekends, without the ministry knowing, of course,
Albus said.
And yes, once Voldemort returns, Harry will find no safer place than with his aunt and uncle, behind the wards. They were destroyed when Black. They can be recast.
Albus fully intended to do that, and he had also cast one to keep Sirius out, though that probably wouldn't matter, now that the ministry had him. Sirius was either going to be kissed or locked away, and so it was highly unlikely that he'd come after Harry ever again.
I still fail to see where I come into this, Headmaster. Petunia will need the situation explained to her. She will be reluctant to take the boy back, and we cannot afford to let the ministry see that. She must fill these out.
Albus slid the forms over to Severus.
And then you will both travel to this address.
He passed Severus a business card belonging to a squib solicitor who was a good friend of his. He'd be willing to help, Albus knew, and he'd keep quiet.
You will then join me at the ministry to sort this mess out. You want me to go?
Severus asked, flinging the card away.
You might be busy, but why me? Why not Minerva or your precious Lupin or even Mackinnon? Petunia knows you,
Albus said. He had anticipated this response.
I'm the boy who stole her sister,
Severus spat.
She knows you,
Albus repeated.
Petunia will be far more willing to accept this from a familiar face, and if nothing else, she will believe that you have Lily's son's best wishes at heart.
Severus did not look happy about things, but Albus hadn't expected him to. He was scowling fiercely, obviously thinking very hard. Albus popped a sweet into his mouth and sucked on it while he waited. 1 minute. 2. When Severus looked up, he looked so furious that Albus knew he had agreed to do it. He gathered the papers into his arms without a word and made to leave.
"Thank you, my boy,"
Albus said, smiling at his back.
"I hope you choke on that lemon drop,"
Severus snarled, and left. Petunia. If you don't want to read this now, please don't throw it away yet. There are some things you need to know. Harry and I have been captured by the Ministry. I don't know what's going to happen to me, but I can make guesses where Harry's concerned. There'll be a dispute over his custody, a dispute which Dumbledore's almost certainly going to drag you into. I know you hate our world, and so I'm apologizing in advance for all of this. I know you don't want Harry, and I know you don't think you owe either of us anything, but I'm going to ask you to take him back anyway. Believe me when I say I wouldn't ask if I could think of a better solution. I promise I'll be back for him. If I get a trial, that'll be soon. If things don't go according to plan, it might be a bit longer. The book has a chapter on how Muggle laws and our world's laws relate. If you're going to take Harry back, reading it might not be a bad idea. Sirius Black. Petunia had read it so many times that the parchment had gone soft. She had received the owl this morning. Vernon, thankfully, had been at work and Dudley had been at school, and hadn't been able to make the awful creature leave without taking the parcel and note it had been carrying. The note and the parcel, which, according to the note contained a book, had been taken straight to the cupboard under the stairs and hidden under the tiny bed that still lived there. She had gone and cleaned the kitchen, and then her curiosity had got the better of her and she had gone back for the note. Mostly, it troubled her. She knew Sirius Black had a bad reputation, but since she knew he hadn't actually kidnapped the boy, she suspected most of his crimes were exaggerated. It seemed, the rest of the world hadn't worked that out. However, Petunia supposed they didn't have her ability to distinguish between lies and the truth, and so Sirius had been arrested, and Harry with him, which was unfortunate. She didn't care much for the boy, but she bore him no ill will, particularly since he was no longer hers to worry about. Except maybe now he is again. Sirius' mention of custody was ridiculous. The boy should be his, was his. He wanted him and Petunia didn't. It wasn't complicated, and she was not at all looking forward to being dragged into the middle of their strange politics over something so ridiculous. The doorbell rang and Petunia jumped. She placed the letter back in the cupboard under the stairs on her way to the door. She really didn't want to answer it. She had a horrible suspicion it would be Dumbledore or some other freak, come to take her to court. No manners, any of them, she thought angrily. She pulled open the door and froze.
"Petunia,"
the Snape boy, man now, drawled. He had traded his ugly, ill-fitting smock for a set of black robes, but his greasy hair, hooked nose, and glittering black eyes were the same. He was holding a pile of paperwork.
"You,"
she managed.
"May I come in?"
he asked, looking past her into the house.
"I doubt you would want the neighbors to see me on your doorstep."
He gave her a nasty smile.
"They might ask questions."
"Yes. The neighbors." Petunia shook herself.
"Come in, then,
she snapped, and Snape strode past her.
Is there a place we might talk? The sitting room,
she said unwillingly. She couldn't be sure if she was glad Vernon wasn't around to see this, or if she wanted him there for support. Snape sat down and Petunia closed the blinds before sitting down across from him.
What do you want?
She asked, when he didn't say anything. He smirked, as if she had somehow proved him right, and said,
Sirius Black has been arrested. I suppose that's good news, is it?
She asked waspishly.
What are those?
Snape dropped the papers onto the coffee table and pushed them toward her.
Adoption papers,
she said, frowning at him.
The Ministry of Magic. Don't say that word. The Ministry,
Snape said, and paused long enough for her mind to fill in the other two words,
are working, as we speak, to have Potter sent to live with a Wiz, non-Muggle family. Dumbledore is opposed to that, for reasons I'm certain you don't care much about. These are dated for November 9 years ago,
she said, looking at the forms.
The Ministry wouldn't dare take Potter from his legal guardians, even if they are Muggles. You're assuming I want the boy. I'm assuming you want the boy safe,
Snape snapped.
Though that might be giving you more credit than you deserve.
He let his comment hang and then said,
Fill those out, then we'll be off to Dumbledore's solicitor and off to the Ministry. You can have the boy home tonight. No,
Petunia said, making a decision. It wasn't a decision about what she was going to do, but it was a decision that she needed more time to think about what she was going to do.
No.
He asked incredulously.
You heard me,
she said crossly.
I happen to have made plans for today. Unmake them,
he told her.
No. I'm free tomorrow. You can come back then. This is your nephew. I know what's at stake,
she said. Snape glared at her for a long time and then sighed.
I'll be back at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning,
he said flatly.
By that time, you will have filled those out and you will be ready to see the solicitor. Am I clear? 9:30. I said 9. I have to take Dudders,
Petunia cleared her throat.
Dudley to school. 9:30. 9:30,
he spat.
In the meantime, work on those.
He didn't wait for her to offer to show him out, he just vanished with a pop, right before her eyes. Petunia made herself a cup of tea and sipped at it while she reread Sirius' note and the chapter of the book that he had recommended. Despite herself, she was interested, and she had an plan formed by the time she had finished. She very much doubted it was what Sirius had intended when he sent the book, but Petunia didn't much care what he had intended, because neither he or Harry would be her problem ever again after this. She had found herself a way out, and one that didn't involve taking Harry back. Sirius would have to find somewhere else to keep the boy while he waited for his trial or whatever it was he was after. Dumbledore and Snape would be angry when she refused to go along with their plans, but she didn't care. They couldn't force her to play along. All she needed was her own solicitor to set things in motion, and then she'd be able to walk out. She'd be free. She picked up the phone and dialed Richard Polkiss' number. It rang a few times and then she heard him pick up.
Polkiss Solicitors. Richard,
she said, before he could say anything more, it's Petunia Dursley.
Mrs. Dursley? Did you want to speak with Helen? Our home numbers. No,
she said.
I want to speak with you. About?
He asked. She knew from his tone that she had his attention.
I was speaking to Elizabeth Hill, Gordon's mother,
Petunia said idly.
She told me something very interesting about why. I see,
Richard said, his voice climbing an octave.
Thank you for calling me directly. Helen shouldn't, can't believe Liz told.
He seemed to compose himself.
Was there something you needed help with? As a matter of fact there is. McKinnon.
Marlene froze and tried to look calm. Her wand and Gawain's batch seemed to be burning her through her pocket, however, and she felt hot, flushed with an odd mix of fear and fury.
Tonks,
Marlene said, relaxing a little, when she spotted the source of the voice. She approached Tonks, who was waiting outside Scrimgeour's office with Lupin. Both looked tired and a little the worse for wear, and Marlene remembered Greyback. She hadn't given him much thought except for telling Mad Eye about Tonks' predicament.
Did Greyback? He's caught,
Tonks said tiredly, and Lupin squeezed her shoulder. She smiled up at him and then turned her attention back to Marlene.
What about you? Why'd you rush out? You haven't seen the paper?
Marlene asked.
No,
Tonks said, frowning. Lupin, Marlene noticed, had stiffened. She caught his eye and he inclined his head.
And you didn't wonder why everyone's going mad?
Marlene asked, gesturing to the mayhem around them. There were reporters all over the place and Aurors running around like there were chimeras after them.
I thought it was because of Greyback,
Tonks said, frowning.
What's going on? They've caught Sirius,
Marlene said, keeping her voice and expression neutral. Tonks gasped, but Lupin looked unsurprised, though his expression hardened a bit.
You're joking!
Tonks exclaimed. She turned and threw her arms around Lupin.
Remus, isn't that wonderful? First Greyback, now Sirius. Is Harry here too?
Lupin asked, looking troubled.
We got them both,
Marlene said, after a moment's hesitation. No one was supposed to say anything, but it was Lupin. She could trust Lupin.
He's in with Amelia and Dumbledore.
Lupin's head snapped up. Tonks was watching him with a pitying expression. Scrimgeour's door flew open and the man limped into the doorway. Another Auror slipped past, looking grim.
Trainee Tonks. And Mr. Lupin, I believe. Yes, sir,
Lupin said, and shook his hand. Scrimgeour eyed him for a moment, as if trying to work out whether they had met before, but Lupin was too busy glancing in the direction of Amelia's office to notice.
Congratulations,
Scrimgeour said, directing the comment more at Tonks than Lupin.
This morning's events are a promising start to your Auror career, if you ask me.
Tonks beamed, and something in Marlene's chest twisted a bit. He had said the same thing to her about her apprehension of Sirius in Diagon Alley and she was only minutes from throwing it all away.
Come in, both of you.
Tonks bounced past him, looking pleased.
Auror Scrimgeour,
Marlene said, before Lupin could follow. Scrimgeour appeared to notice Marlene for the first time. She gave him a charming smile.
Sir, could I borrow Lupin for a few minutes? Well,
Scrimgeour said, frowning.
A few minutes, McKinnon.
He said, sighing. Marlene suspected it was only last night's success that made him agree.
Less, if you can manage it.
He closed the door and then Marlene couldn't hear a word. The offices were generally warded to keep sound from escaping.
Do you remember the conversation we had in St. Mungo's?
She said, before Lupin could ask what she wanted to talk about. He frowned for a moment, and then his eyebrows shot up.
About him.
Lupin sniffed once and then frowned again.
You mean you're... I'm going down there now,
she said quietly.
I'm going to finish this. You're going to kill. Keep your voice down,
she hissed, though he hadn't really said it that loudly.
Here,
he breathed.
Now, Marlene. Are you with me or not?
Lupin seemed frozen. He was obviously thinking very hard about his options.
Yes, or no? Marlene. Are you done out here?
Scrimgeour asked, pulling his office door open again. Lupin seemed to have forgotten how to talk.
Yes, sir,
Marlene said, smiling at the older Auror.
Thank you.
She turned and left, headed straight for the elevators. She could hear Lupin stammering something to Scrimgeour, but since no one followed, she assumed he hadn't given her away. She took the elevator to level 9 and took the doorway on the left of the door that led into the Department of Mysteries. She took the stairs down to the 10th level and walked calmly but quickly through a narrow corridor until she reached a wall that wasn't really a wall. She walked right through it and shivered. 2 Dementors stood, floated, before a lift. One drifted forward, scabby hand outstretched, and Marlene pulled Gawain's aura badge out of her robe pocket. This would never work if there were auras on guard, but Marlene had known there wouldn't be. The Dementor paused and then moved aside. Bad memories swirled in the back of her mind, but they were dim, drowned out by other thoughts. She was about to become a murderer. That wasn't a happy thought, but it wasn't a bad one either. Did Sirius even count as human? And so the Dementors left it alone. She stepped into the lift and slid back the concealed panel that displayed 10 colorful buttons. She pressed the white one, and the lift jerked and sped backwards before dropping suddenly. If she had pressed any of the others, an alarm would have gone off. Dark stone rushed past her face and it grew colder and colder and darker until the lift stopped and she was blinded by white light. She stepped out and was immediately greeted by 2 Dementors, but she flashed the badge again and they backed off.
Take me to Sirius Black,
she said, pleased that her voice barely shook. Sirius was cold. He had a slightly higher than normal body temperature thanks to Padfoot, but this wasn't the sort of cold that was fixed by body heat. No, this was Dementor cold. Azkaban cold, though thankfully without the wind. His cell was 7 paces by 7 paces, with a single, heavy door and no windows or other openings. The door had a small, barred hole in it, so Aurors could make sure he was still inside without having to open the door, and the door handle was on the outside. 2 Dementors stood on either side of the door, though on the outside. That was something at least, that he didn't have to share his cell with them. Everything in the cell was white, the walls, the floor, the bed, the chairs, and the table. All the furniture was fixed to the floor with a permanent sticking charm, which made it the perfect backdrop for horrific, Dementor-induced memories. Still, he'd take this stark white to Azkaban's grey every time. Sirius' door opened and closed. He was staring at the wall, wondering whether Harry was safe and hoping someone had called Remus or Dumbledore in to comfort him, feeling absolutely miserable thanks to the Dementors and really wasn't in the mood to talk to anyone. Maybe if he pretended he was asleep.
I know you're awake.
Sirius rolled over so quickly he tumbled off his pathetically narrow excuse of a bed. A smile ghosted over Marlene's face, apparently before she could smother it. It was gone a moment later.
You've woken up next to me enough times to tell the difference,
Sirius said, rubbing his shoulder. She looked like he had slapped her. He climbed off the floor and sat down on the edge of the bed, watching her. She watched him back.
Why are you alone? You're just a trainee. Dementors are blind,
she said, and tossed something gold at Sirius. It landed on the bed next to him and he picked it up. It was round and quite heavy, with the DMLE motto and logo on the front of it. There was also a name, Aura Gawain Roberts. Sirius felt his heart sink and he looked up at Marlene, but she was still standing by the door, looking calm.
Stealing?
He asked, with a shaky laugh.
Aren't Auras supposed to be the good guys? You're one to talk,
she shot back and then added in a softer voice.
Besides, it won't be the worst thing I do today.
She watched him with a horrible, detached sort of curiosity.
Are you going to beg?
Sirius shook his head. She didn't look surprised.
You know you deserve it, don't you?
Yes, I deserve it. He knew she wouldn't actually kill him, she'd probably just curse him, and he certainly deserved that. I made them swap to Peter,
Shut up,
Sirius muttered, and then sighed. This was like the Dementor's draft all over again. He laughed. It could be dealt with, fixed, even, the same way.
You really are mad, aren't you?
Marlene asked, looking at him in a way that was almost pitying.
Not at all,
he said, and the look was definitely pitying.
Goodbye, Sirius,
she said, and pulled out her wand. Sirius stood up slowly. He didn't want to startle her into attacking him, and moved across the cell until he was behind the table. That might give him a bit of protection. Maybe.
This is a mistake,
he told her, keeping his eyes on her wand. It wasn't pointed at him yet, but when it was, he'd need to be ready. He'd tackle her and tie her up. And then... escape? With a wand and aura identification, he could go anywhere. But I want a trial, he thought glumly. And I won't get that if I keep running. He'd stay then. He'd pass Marlene over to the next aura that came to visit him. She'd lose her job, but she'd lose if she went through with this anyway. And he could use the fact that he hadn't tried to escape as a gesture of goodwill.
Is it?
She asked in a hard voice.
Yes,
he said.
And I can prove it.
He'd transform, and then, even if she was still doubtful, she'd listen.
I'm going to show you. Show me.
She scoffed. Sirius took a step away from the table so he wouldn't hit it when he changed.
Don't move,
she said. He put his hands up to calm her down.
I'm just going to. I said don't move.
Her wand was aimed directly at his chest and he knew that if he started to shift now, she'd panic and attack him. He let out a little helpless growl, and her hand twitched. Her wand was aimed at his face now. He watched her warily, and, though her wand didn't move at all, her expression softened.
I'm sorry it's come to this.
She'll hex me, he thought grimly, and braced himself. Then her conscience'll kick in and she'll feel bad and we'll have a chance to talk.
Avada Kedavra,
she whispered and Sirius could only watch, fascinated and too stunned to move, as green light blossomed out of the end of her wand. End of chapter. Chapter 44, Friends Lost and Found. The door burst open behind Marlene, just as Sirius hit the floor. She twisted, wand up and ready. It was Gawain and she hesitated. He didn't.
Expelliarmus,
he said, and her wand soared out of her hand and landed somewhere behind her.
Incarcerus,
he said, looking grim, and Marlene didn't fight as the ropes wound around her. It's done, she thought, glancing at where Sirius lay unmoving. Finally. She thought she was in shock. She had just killed someone, and she had used an unforgivable. Her mouth felt foul, like she had eaten dirt, or licked the floor of a public toilet, but she felt relieved at the same time. Not because he was dead, but because she had finally fulfilled her duty. She had expected to feel happy about it, but she didn't. She hadn't wanted to kill him. In the end, the moment she had seen him again, she had been plagued by doubts. What if he was innocent? What if Lily and James wouldn't want the traitor dead? What would Harry think? Was revenge worth losing the life she had spent the last few months building for herself? But she had had to. It had needed to happen. Her doubts hadn't exactly made it easy, or fun, though. Fun. Merlin, I was stupid to think his death would be a happy occasion. She had always imagined it would be, but now. She couldn't convince herself. She had spent months living for this moment, and now it fell pitifully short of her expectations. She snorted a laugh, and Gawain threw a disgusted, disappointed look in her direction, which made her heart sink again. Was it worth it? She wondered. She knew from Gawain's cold expression that he wouldn't want to hear her justifications, weak as she thought they'd be. In his eyes, it was murder. It was murder. Marlene's conscience, who sounded a bloody lot like Lily, a very disappointed Lily, whispered. He was defenseless. He didn't have anywhere to run, to hide.
He deserved it,
she said in a small voice, but she wasn't sure he had, not like this. Maybe she should have given him the chance to at least fight back. Lily didn't answer, but Gawain did. He was halfway to Sirius' body when he turned.
Did he?
Yes, Marlene insisted. She shifted in her ropes so that she could lean against the wall of the cell. It didn't escape her notice that last night, Sirius was the one who had been in this position. Last night, Sirius had been alive.
He killed them, he was a murderer. And now you're no better,
Gawain told her. There was none of his usual wry humor in his eyes, none of his usual warmth. Marlene felt very cold, and not just because of the Dementors outside. Gawain picked up his badge, which was lying on the table, and pocketed it.
Do you regret it?
He asked, watching her carefully. She hadn't had doubts that this course of action was the right one until she had walked into the cell. She had seen it in Sirius' eyes that he hadn't thought she'd go through with it, seen the lingering faith that she wouldn't truly hurt him. His trust in her had belonged to her Sirius, a man who had died long before today, not to the monster with his face who lay under the white table in the white cell. But the monster hadn't acted like a monster. He hadn't fought back, he had only tried to talk to her. She had thought for a moment that maybe, just maybe, her Sirius was still there. She had hesitated. Apologized.
I'm sorry it's come to this,
she had said. And then she had had to remind herself that she was supposed to want him dead, that she had a duty to go through with it, even if it would cost her everything. She had lifted her wand, and only long-honed instincts had kept her hand steady. And then she had forced out those words, those filthy, foul-tasting words, and ended it. Ended him. It should have felt like the right thing to do, but it felt like betrayal. You're being ridiculous. Sirius was a traitor. We were on different sides. It's not, it can't be betrayal. It had to happen. She took a deep breath and tried to justify things. Harry was safe, and she was safe, and Sirius wouldn't hurt anyone ever again. Or so she hoped. It would be very like him to haunt her. And with that thought, she burst into tears and started to laugh all at once. Gawain looked alarmed and stepped toward her and then resolutely away. His eyes hadn't softened at all, and no doubt he thought she was just as mad as the cell's former occupant. He turned away from her, which hurt, and crouched down beside Sirius. Marlene wanted to tell him that she hadn't really wanted to kill Sirius, that in the end, she had done it out of a sense of obligation, not bloodlust. That she hadn't enjoyed it and that she wasn't happy, didn't feel any better now.
It had to be done,
she said, in a wobbly voice. She looked at Sirius, sprawled on the floor beside Gawain, and tried to hate him. Then, maybe she'd be able to feel like she had done the right thing, but couldn't. It was hard to hate a dead man and harder still to hate one she had killed herself. She let out a hysterical sob, but Gawain didn't pay her any attention. He was waving his wand over Sirius, doing Merlin knew what.
"Renervate,"
Gawain murmured.
"It won't work,"
Marlene said flatly.
"He's dead."
Except he wasn't. Dead men didn't gasp and let out spluttering coughs. Dead men didn't roll over and vomit. Dead men didn't wipe their mouths on their sleeves and slowly, shakily push themselves upright. Sirius Black wasn't dead. Marlene couldn't hate a dead man, but she had no trouble with a living one. She had had her doubts about killing him, but that didn't mean she wanted him alive.
"What have you done?"
Marlene demanded, thrashing against her ropes.
"Gawain, what have you done? He's supposed to be dead."
She was crying again, but these weren't hysterical, confused tears. They were angry, confused tears, partially because she had failed, and partially because part of her, not a very big part, but part of her nonetheless, was relieved.
"Gawain.
It wasn't supposed to be this way. He was supposed to be dead and she was supposed to feel uncertain, maybe even guilty about it, but she'd have got over that. Now, she had used an unforgivable on an unarmed man, been caught doing it. Gawain would have seen the green light through the cell door window, and didn't have anything to show for it. She broke into loud, frame-shaking sobs, straining uselessly against her bindings.
"Why?"
she asked.
"What did I, why aren't you dead?"
she snapped, glaring at Sirius through blurry eyes. He looked so shaken and sad that she obviously wasn't going to get an answer from him. He stared at her for a moment and then turned away abruptly and staggered over to his little bed. He flopped down and rolled over to face the wall. His shoulders were trembling.
"Gawain, why?"
she choked.
"You have to mean it,"
Gawain said, coming to sit beside her.
"But I did mean it, I swear,"
she whispered. But she hadn't. She had had doubts. She had been acting out of duty, not passion or defense. Duty might be enough for a Death Eater, but not for her. She thought that was a good thing, but it didn't feel like it right now. It felt like failure.
"I told you were better than that,"
he said, wrapping her in a hug. Ridiculously, that made her cry all the harder.
"I'm not, though. I want him dead, you should be dead,"
she said to Sirius back.
"If that was true,"
Gawain said, coolly,
"then he would be." "He's not, but he should be,"
she corrected.
"I'm going to be expelled from the program, even though I failed." "No,"
Gawain said, pulling away from her.
"What?"
she asked, brushing her cheeks.
"You'll be fined. You're going to donate a very large amount of money to St. Mungo's or some other charity. You're also going to do your best to make it through the program, better, actually. I want you to be the top of the class."
Marlene stared at him. Neither punishment was unreasonable. In fact, they seemed light. Marlene was already ranking highly in the class, and she donated to St. Mungo's regularly.
And,
Gawain said,
you're going to promise me that you will never try something like this again?
She gave him a stony look.
You cast the spell, but you didn't mean it, and that's good enough for me to offer you a second chance, but if you can't promise me this, then you're not worth saving.
She had just risked losing her job, her friends, her life, to kill Sirius. She wasn't going to do that twice. She was being given a second chance, one she hadn't expected and one she didn't deserve, and she was going to use it.
I promise I won't kill him myself,
she said slowly. She could promise that. She could want him dead without arranging it herself.
But I'm not about to stop the ministry if they decide to have him kissed. I wouldn't ask you to,
Gawain said.
But do you promise? I promise,
she said.
Good girl,
he said. He summoned her wand, untied her, and passed it over.
So you'll stay quiet and I'll stay quiet and we'll keep your punishment between us. That only leaves one small problem.
He glanced at Sirius again.
Black. Roberts.
Sirius' voice was muted and shaky and he didn't roll over to face them.
Are you okay? What do you think?
Sirius' reply would have had more sting if his voice hadn't broken on the last word. Gawain didn't seem to know how to respond. He was frowning thoughtfully at Sirius' back.
Are you hurt?
Gawain asked after a pause. Sirius didn't reply for a moment.
Fine,
Sirius said tersely. His voice was off, but Marlene, absently, didn't think she could blame him for that.
And I'm not pressing charges. Why not?
Marlene demanded.
What's in it for you? Absolutely nothing,
Sirius snapped.
And as for why? I'm crazy, remember? I'm not complaining, Black,
Gawain said incredulously.
But I'm finding it hard to believe that you won't twist this to get your way, somehow. That sounds like complaining to me,
Sirius remarked. Anger and confusion and sadness pierced Marlene. It was something Sirius, her Sirius, would have said.
Thank you,
Gawain said slowly, and gestured for Marlene to stand. She did, and Sirius didn't move or say anything back. He remained facing the wall as they left. Sirius hadn't thought Marlene was capable of killing him. Oh, he had known that she was capable of killing. She had killed a Death Eater to save a pregnant Lily during their order days, but not killing him. He had expected, if she ever got the upper hand in a confrontation, that she'd hex him, and hand him over to Dumbledore or the Ministry. She had talked about killing him before, and while he had believed that she wanted him dead, he had never thought that she'd be willing to act on it herself. Accepting that would have meant accepting Marlene as the enemy, not in the way that Lily and James had been enemies, but rather the way that Voldemort and Dumbledore had been. Sirius hadn't wanted Marlene as an enemy. He had loved her back in the Order days, though he had never admitted it to anyone until after her death. Amidst the crying and shouting and swearing and destruction of his possessions with the nastiest hexes he could think of at the time, he had confessed to James. Not even Marlene had known. And, despite thinking she was dead for 7 years and going to Azkaban, Sirius' feelings, though slightly less powerful than they had been, remained. He rolled over and winced. He suspected he had 1, maybe 2 broken ribs from where he had hit the floor. He didn't remember falling, but he had gone from standing up to lying down, so he assumed that was what had happened. Carefully, he slid his robes off and pulled up his jumper and t-shirt. He let out a pained whistle and grimaced. His side was covered in a nasty yellowish-purple bruise, and an angry, mottled red bruise covered the skin over his heart, where her curse had hit him. "Well damn," he thought, and wondered if he should have said anything to Gawain when he had asked if Sirius was hurt. Injuries like this certainly wouldn't be easy to hide, and they'd be even harder to explain. He had deluded himself into thinking that her own feelings might still be there somewhere. Sirius realized now that they were either buried deep beneath layers of hatred and resentment, or that they had been destroyed entirely by what she thought he had done. Old affection wasn't going to help him, and he had almost died for thinking so. It had been stupid and reckless, and he wouldn't underestimate her again. Her spell, her killing curse, had hit him. Some lingering doubt, which, to be honest, he could probably thank the Dementors for, had weakened the spell. It wasn't something he could rely on again, and he suspected that if she had been just a tiny bit madder when she had cast, he wouldn't be alive to be contemplating all of this. There's a cheerful thought. He'd never be able to hate her. How could he, when he'd have done the exact same thing if it was Peter? But he could stop himself from actively liking her. She'd be an old acquaintance, and above all a threat. She'd be nothing else to him. Hoping for her to accept his story and forgive him and suggest they pick up where they had left things 8 years ago would only make Sirius miserable, or get him killed. She's the enemy now, he thought, feeling shaky but determined. He wondered, briefly, if he should tell someone about the attack. Wasn't that what enemies did? And then disregarded the thought. My life for her job, he thought, and that hadn't been his reasoning at the time, but it seemed fair from his new non-friendly vantage point. With that sorted, Sirius turned his attention to the Dementors. He hadn't slept well, all right, at all, overnight because of them, but they weren't affecting him much while he was awake, other than to make him feel cold, or make him think something depressing on occasion. He had been the same for his first day in Azkaban, and then everything had hit him like a rampaging hippogriff on his second night in prison. He didn't intend to let that happen this time. He needed to be as mentally sound as possible while he was dealing with the Aurors. He wasn't going to tell anyone about Peter just yet. That was something to hint at, and then bring out at his trial, but he couldn't refuse to share other details or they'd decide he was a waste of time. It would be a very delicate process. He hoped Remus came to visit. He knew he wouldn't get any news of Harry from anyone else. Sirius took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, willing himself to fall deeper and deeper into his mind. Azkaban bloomed, like an ugly grey flower, and Sirius was standing on grey stone, instead of lying on his lumpy bed. He pushed open the door of his cell and stepped out. He rifled through a few happy memories until he found one happy enough. Expecto Patronum, he thought, focusing on Christmas with Harry and Remus. He thought of how it had felt to be back on a broom again, and the way Harry's face had looked while he was flying, and on the way Remus had shed the weight of the camp and smiled and laughed. Sirius remembered what it had felt like to have a family again, and then Padfoot burst out of his wand and into the darkness. Just like he had when he had got rid of the Dementor's draft, Sirius opened his mind to the Patronus and gave it access to every happy memory he had. It glowed, casting warm, silvery light over Azkaban's ruins and the stormy North Sea. "Stay here," he whispered, and Padfoot wagged his tail and ran off. Sirius laughed. The Patronus was spreading its protection to the perimeters of the island, which was what Sirius wanted, but it had directly disobeyed his command. He supposed it was poor wording on his part. He watched, smiling, as Padfoot passed through a happy memory. Remus' speech on Lily and James' wedding day echoed in his mind-body's ears, and Sirius saw Lily's vibrant hair, the flash of James' glasses, and heard his own bark-like laugh. Padfoot was white now, glowing like the star Sirius is named after, and he loped off down the cliff path to the beach. Sirius grinned and opened his eyes. "Arg!" Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, leaped back. Sirius yelped, Fudge had been leaning right over him, and pushed himself upright. It hurt, but he tried not to let it show.
"I don't know what you've lost, Minister,"
Sirius said, as Fudge hid behind Rufus Scrimgeour and Amelia Bones,
"but I doubt it's up my nose."
His attempt at humor fell pitifully short. Fudge was too thick to see the humor in it. Scrimgeour had a rather dry sense of humor, and Amelia's sense of humor was entirely Ravenclaw and so incomprehensible to everyone else.
"We have questions for you, Black,"
Scrimgeour said in his brittle voice.
"Thought you might,"
Sirius said. He heaved himself to his feet and the three of them flinched. He rolled his eyes and sat down in the chair at the table on the furthest side of the room and gestured to the seats opposite.
"Have a seat."
The three of them exchanged uneasy looks, though Scrimgeour looked mildly amused, unless Sirius was imagining it, and sat. Fudge had already recovered from his earlier shock.
"So,"
he said.
"I bet you never expected to end up here, Black, did you? I bet you thought you were going to evade us forever." "You might remember I was an Auror, Minister,"
Sirius said politely.
"I know exactly where the Ministry's captives are taken, so I did in fact expect I'd end up here."
Fudge's face turned a brilliant shade of purple. Sirius didn't know whether it was from anger or embarrassment.
"And no. Fun as our little game of snitch and seeker's been, I was getting rather tired of running. I'm an innocent man, and I think it's time that was recognized." None of them seemed to know what to say to that. "An innocent man,"
Amelia said finally, looking cautious.
"Mr. Black." "Sirius is fine,"
Sirius interrupted. They had been in the Order together, and hearing her call him Mr. Black was too strange to handle.
"Sirius then,"
she said slowly, frowning at him.
"Did you or did you not betray Lily and James Potter to VO?"
She cleared her throat.
"To he who must not be named." "I did not,"
Sirius said calmly. He felt his Patronus begin to fade and quickly bolstered it with another happy memory, Harry saying his animagus form looked like Padfoot.
"You deny serving the Dark Lord?"
Scrimgeour asked, his tawny eyes flashing. Sirius rolled back his sleeves and put his bare forearms on the table.
"Does that answer your question?"
he asked. They were silent. Suddenly, Fudge got up and strode to the door. He tapped it with his wand, vanished, and returned a moment later flanked by two Dementors. Sirius felt the cold enter the room, but he didn't feel affected by it. He felt quite warm, particularly with his side throbbing like it was. Amelia and Scrimgeour both shuddered, and Fudge looked uncomfortable.
"Did I say something wrong?"
Sirius asked, watching the Dementors warily. Fudge had a shrewd look on his face, and Sirius suddenly understood. Fudge had noticed that Sirius wasn't mad or miserable. He was testing him.
"Go on,"
Fudge said, and the Dementors drifted forward. They stopped, one on either side of Sirius, and he felt the temperature drop, though he wasn't actually cold. Sirius thought of another happy memory, the day Remus had brought Harry back from St. Mungo's, just in case Padfoot needed more fuel, but the Patronus seemed to be holding its own.
"Could you turn it up a bit?"
Turn it up a bit, Sirius thought, sighing. And this from the man who's responsible for all of Wizarding Britain? Wonderful. The Dementors looked, a word Sirius used loosely, since they didn't have eyes, at Fudge for a moment and then turned back to Sirius, who felt the cold creep up on him once again. Amelia was very pale, obviously the Dementors were affecting her, and Scrimgeour looked grim, but Sirius' mood was unchanged. He thought he probably should have been unconscious and trapped in nightmares. Curious, he gave Padfoot another happy memory and pushed a little. The Dementors moved back, ever so slightly, and Sirius immediately stopped pushing. If he could actually force the Dementors to keep their distance, it would be better if no one knew.
A Kyo wand,
Scrimgeour said, jabbing his own gnarled wand at Sirius. Nothing happened, and the three of them exchanged concerned looks.
What are you doing, Black?
He asked.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Sirius said pleasantly.
Finite,
Amelia tried, and Sirius watched her calmly. The Patronus was magic, but it was mental. A spell to remove physical magic wasn't going to do anything. None of them seemed to know what to make of the situation, and the Dementors probably weren't helping. Amelia had started to shiver.
Why don't you wait outside?
Sirius suggested, glancing at the pair of Dementors.
I think you're making this harder than it needs to be. You can't tell them what to do,
Fudge said angrily.
You're the prisoner. I know,
Sirius said derisively.
But I'd like to be a prisoner for as short a time as possible. I think I've spent enough time playing that particular role, don't you? And having you three sit here shivering isn't exactly speeding things up. Go and wait outside,
Scrimgeour snapped, before anyone could say anything. The Dementors left and the others relaxed slightly. Sirius didn't feel all that different.
Go ahead then, Black. What do you want? A trial,
Sirius said at once.
And to know how Harry is. You're never going to have anything to do with that poor boy again.
Amelia snapped. Sirius spared a moment to wonder what had happened to the concept innocent until proven guilty.
And if you think any of us...
Amelia gestured to herself, Scrimgeour and Fudge.
Are going to help you find him, then. I didn't ask where Harry is,
Sirius sighed.
I asked how he is.
Amelia blinked, not seeming to understand. Fudge wore a similar expression, and Scrimgeour was looking at Sirius with a bizarre combination of fascination and repulsion. It was as if Sirius was something that had wandered out of the exotic pet shop in Nocturne Alley.
Is he safe?
Sirius asked, talking very slowly and clearly.
Is he happy? Is he scared out of his mind? How is he? That's not your concern, Black,
Scrimgeour said. Sirius fell back against his chair and folded his arms.
Like hell it's not,
he said, too frustrated to pay much attention to the pain in his chest.
He's my godson. I have more right to ask that question than anyone else alive.
Amelia's face shadowed over.
We're not telling you anything,
Fudge said.
Fine,
Sirius snapped.
Fine. Don't tell me a thing.
He glared at the three of them.
But for your sakes, he'd bloody better be safe. Language, Sirius,
Amelia said quietly. He made a face at her, and she looked so taken aback that he almost laughed.
Is that a threat, Black?
Scrimgeour asked softly.
Yes,
Sirius said.
Yes, it is. Is it really the best idea for a man in your current predicament to be making threats?
Scrimgeour pressed.
Probably not,
Sirius said amiably.
But I care more about Harry's safety than my own.
Fudge laughed, and Sirius wanted to throw something large and heavy at him.
Something funny, Minister?
He asked.
Harry Potter is in Ministry custody,
Fudge said, still looking amused.
He couldn't be any safer. Really?
Sirius arched an eyebrow and Amelia closed her eyes for a moment. He'd have bet the contents of the Black Vault that she knew what was coming.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Minister, but the last time Harry was in Ministry custody he was questioned, which, might I add, is illegal if there's not a parent or guardian present.
Fudge glanced at Amelia, who nodded reluctantly.
But, illegal or not, I can understand the questioning, given the circumstances Harry arrived under and the fact that you needed answers and I wasn't there to give them to you, you did what was necessary.
Thank you, Fudge said, puffing his chest out.
The part I don't agree with is trying to trick him into drinking Verita serum.
Rubbish, Fudge said with an edgy laugh. Both Amelia and Scrimgeour had given him sharp looks.
Well, that's what I thought initially,
Sirius said.
I mean, really, who could possibly be stupid enough?
Fudge flushed and Sirius could have sworn a small smile flicked over Scrimgeour's lined face.
To try something like that? There are a whole set of laws which were put in place to stop that sort of thing happening. If you were caught pulling a stunt like that, you would be sacked on the spot, and I thought surely you weren't that thick.
He let that hang in the air for a moment. Fudge shifted uncomfortably.
But the only other alternative was that Harry lied to me. Children can be imaginative,
Fudge said stiffly. Sirius shrugged to show that he had heard but didn't think it applied. Children were creative, but Harry was the type to omit details, not insert them. And, Sirius had had the whole story confirmed by Remus, who had been told my Dumbledore.
So I had two choices,
Sirius continued.
Either you're an idiot, or Harry's a liar.
He leaned forward, being careful not to bump his chest on the table, and said,
Harry's not a liar, Minister.
Fudge hadn't missed the insinuation and neither, Sirius was pleased to note, had Amelia or Scrimgeour, who looked interested by the turn the conversation had taken, and not at all inclined to come to the Mincitter's defense.
Nothing happened,
Fudge said, his face purple.
He never drank it. No,
Sirius agreed.
But that's because of his cleverness, not yours, Minister. Didn't drink it?
Amelia asked, looking confused, relieved, and angry at once.
I was there, and he definitely.
Fudge shrank into his chair.
Nope,
Sirius said, beginning to rather enjoy himself.
He was soaking his sheet. I thought you would have found it when you searched the room.
He knew they had, Remus had told him that Dumbledore knew. But he couldn't exactly bring that up.
I searched the room myself,
Scrimgeour said tartly,
and I never found any sheets.
Fudge looked like he wanted to vanish through the floor and Sirius, suddenly, knew what had happened. He couldn't help it, he laughed. Amelia and Scrimgeour both looked at Fudge, who was looking longingly at the floor, as if he hoped it might open up and swallow him. It didn't.
I couldn't be outsmarted by a little boy,
Fudge mumbled, fiddling with the brim of his lime green hat.
People would think, it would have looked. Do you mean to tell me,
Scrimgeour said, cutting him off in a dangerous voice,
that you let us waste time and resources following up Potter's confessions because you were too proud to tell us he never drank the potion? Well,
Fudge squeaked. The look on Scrimgeour's face told Sirius that there'd be words about this later, but he wasn't willing to have the rest of this conversation in front of Sirius.
So,
Sirius said, drawing their attention back to him,
we've managed to get a bit distracted, but I trust I've made my point. What point?
Fudge asked wearily. Sirius wondered if he still genuinely had no idea, or if he needed to know which of Sirius' many valid arguments he was referring to. Sirius gave him the haughtiest look he could muster, one he took right from his git of a father's face.
That, given your record, Minister,
he said innocently,
I think it's perfectly reasonable that I'm concerned for Harry's safety.
Scrimgeour's mouth twitched.
The boy will be taken care of,
Amelia said.
Oh, I know,
Sirius said.
Apart from anything else, you have no reason to have to ask Harry anything because I'm conveniently housed right here.
He gave them all a cheery smile. Amelia looked thoughtful, Fudge looked angry and embarrassed, and Scrimgeour leaned forward, looking curious again.
"Well,"
the old Auror said,
"if nothing else, this will be interesting."
Harry was worried out of his mind for Sirius. He had had no news about his godfather, though he had overheard something about the prisoner and holding cells and suspected that it might be Padfoot. He had been kept in Bones' office since being brought to the ministry the night before and had had a steady flow of visitors. First there'd been a Medi Witch and the Auror he had given his Anne Padfoot's wands to. She had introduced herself as Finch, and Mad-Eye Moody, who Harry had recognized immediately from Padfoot and Mooney's descriptions. They had stayed with him for several hours, checking him for traces of dark magic with all sorts of spells and probes and potions. Then, Bones had arrived with Dumbledore, and they had stayed with him until early that morning. Since then, he had seen Fudge, Umbridge, an Auror named Scrimgeour, Lucius Malfoy, a man called Thomas Rattler and, thankfully, Moony. Moony had stayed for about an hour, but he had been so pale and scared-looking that he hadn't been very good company. Harry had been dying to talk to him, to ask him what was wrong, and about Padfoot, but Umbridge and Rattler had been there too, and so Harry had resigned himself to awkward, polite conversation, though he actually quite liked Rattler, and tried to remember to call Moony Remus. Then Moony had left with an Auror. He had walked in, thanked Remus for the tip-off and said everything was fine, and then he had looked upset and asked Remus to go and comfort someone. Moony had looked worried at that, but still noticeably better than before, so Harry tentatively assumed everything was okay. Then, Malfoy had arrived and departed with Umbridge, discussing custody, and Rattler had sat and played Exploding Snap with Harry until a few minutes ago, when he was called out by another Auror to help Bones with something. Much as Harry had been beginning to feel like an animal in a zoo exhibit, he felt rather lonely in the big, tidy office. Shh! Someone on the other side of the office door hissed. Harry, who had been dozing in Bones' desk chair, jerked and almost knocked over the plate of biscuits on the desk.
"You're the one being noisy,"
an indignant voice retorted. Harry didn't think it belonged to an Auror, or even an adult. Still, he was wary. He slipped out of the chair and hid behind a bookshelf in the corner of the room.
"Oh, please,"
a higher-pitched voice snapped. There was a rustle and then a metallic scratching sound. Harry pressed himself further into the shadows, wishing for his wand. He didn't think he'd need it, but not having it made him feel bare. There was a click and the door groaned and swung open.
"You wouldn't know quiet if it hit you with a beater's bat."
Harry heard two sets of light footsteps enter and then a click as the door shut again.
"Wow,"
one of them said, and Harry knew it was definitely a girl speaking.
"This is much nicer than Dad's office." "Yeah, except it's empty,"
a boy's voice retorted. Harry took a deep breath and stepped out of the shadows. He didn't think they were going to hurt him.
"No, it's not,"
he said. He was surprised to find he recognized them. The first was the red-haired boy he had met when he accidentally flew to the Leaky Cauldron in March last year. Harry remembered him being short and stocky, but he appeared to have been stretched. He was easily taller than Harry now, and lanky. The second was his skinny, fiery-haired sister, who was about Harry's height and looked smug.
"Told you he'd be here,"
she said.
"We thought you would be lonely,"
she added, smiling nervously at Harry.
"I am a bit,"
he said, smiling back.
"It's Ron, isn't it?"
Harry said tentatively. The boy, Ron, looked taken aback.
"You remember my name?"
he asked, his eyebrows disappearing into his hair. Harry remembered him because he was the first person around Harry's age who had ever been even remotely friendly to him. He didn't say that, though. He just nodded and turned to the girl.
I don't know your name,
he said apologetically.
Her name's... I can introduce myself, Ron.
She snapped. Then, blushing furiously, she turned to Harry and said,
I'm Ginny.
Harry, he said. They both looked at him as if he was daft. Harry cleared his throat, his face feeling hot all of a sudden.
I guess you know that.
Then, at a loss of what to say, he added,
Biscuit. They're yours,
Ron said, shaking his head.
Which means they're mine to share,
Harry insisted. He hadn't really had anyone, other than Padfoot or Mooney, to share with before.
Go on,
Harry said, offering them the plate. Ginny blushed again and took one with an embarrassed thanks, and Ron took one slowly, as if he thought Harry was joking. Harry grinned at him, and after a moment, Ron grinned back.
Thanks,
he said.
No problem.
Harry sat down on the edge of the desk and watched them for a moment. He wanted to ask them how they had got in. Harry knew for a fact that the door had been locked and warded, because he had been warned they'd know if he tried to escape. Since he couldn't think of a way to word that without being rude, however, he said nothing. In the end, Ginny said it for him.
You're taking this very well,
she said shyly, breaking off a chunk of her biscuit.
If two strangers barged into my room, I'd probably hex them. No wand,
Harry said, joked, and with an air of false sadness, showed them his empty hands. Ron and Ginny laughed.
I don't really have a wand either,
Ginny admitted. Harry was pleased to notice that his attempt at a joke had caused her to relax a bit, though her cheeks were still slightly pink.
But wands are pretty easy to come by, particularly over the school holidays. Why's that?
Harry asked, curious.
Everyone's home,
Ginny said simply.
Harry,
Ron said tentatively.
When do you start Hogwarts? Because in the Leaky Cauldron you said you would be starting with Fred and George, but you're, here, so... Yeah,
Harry muttered, flushing.
Sort of lied about that. Sorry.
He added, but Ron just grinned and sat down in Bones' chair to wait for a response.
Next September,
he said. Ron beamed, but Ginny's face fell.
We'll be in the same year then,
Ron said happily.
Brilliant,
Harry said, relieved that he'd know someone when he started. He had never had much luck with friends, and Ron was someone Harry could see himself getting along with.
So you'll be in the year below us?
He asked Ginny, who looked surprised and pleased that he had remembered her. She nodded.
Do you follow the League?
Ron asked suddenly.
I don't, really,
Harry said, shrugging.
But Sirius, he's my godfather. We know that,
Ginny said. Harry felt his face heat up again.
Right,
he muttered. Ginny looked absolutely fascinated.
It's so easy to forget that this is all real to you, she said. What? Well, to us,
she gestured between herself and Ron.
You and Sirius Black are names in the Prophet and characters in bedtime stories. You're not now, that we've talked to you, obviously, but to you he exists. Not that he doesn't exist.
She amended hurriedly,
but you know him, live with him. You thought you had to introduce yourself and him.
She blushed, apparently deciding she had said too much, and said lamely, it's just strange to hear it from you.
Oh,
Harry said intelligently. It wasn't that she hadn't made sense, she had made perfect sense, it was that he just didn't know how to respond.
So who does Beryl, Sirius follow?
Ron asked, and Harry sent him a grateful look. Ron's ears turned red.
The cannons,
Harry said, sniggering.
Oh dear,
Ginny said, starting to giggle.
They're a perfectly good team,
Ron said hotly.
They're rubbish, Ron.
Harry was glad Ginny had said it, not him, because he was firmly on Mooney's, and now Ginny's side, as far as the cannon's Quidditch abilities were concerned. Ginny looked at Harry and started to laugh again.
Sorry, it's just, Black likes the cannons,
she said helplessly.
So do you play Quidditch?
Harry asked, trying to keep a grin off his face as he attempted to distract Ron. He was looking insulted on behalf of his Quidditch team.
Yeah,
Ron said, turning away from his laughing sister.
I like keeper, but I can play beater or chaser too. Do you play? I fly,
Harry said, shrugging.
You look like a seeker,
Ginny said, squinting at him.
Shut up, Ginny,
Ron said, obviously taking revenge for the insult to the cannons.
You can't even fly. I bet I could outfly you,
Ginny shot back. Ron snorted and Harry thrust the plate of biscuits between them before things could escalate. Things settled after that, and then Ginny spotted the exploding snap deck and the three of them gathered around the desk to play. I wonder if this is what it's like to have friends, Harry mused, listening to Ron chuckle at a scowling Ginny, who had just lost an eyebrow in an explosion. He thought it might be. End of chapter. Chapter 45, In Capable Hands. Tonks had had an eventful morning. First, obviously, had been the entire episode with Greyback. Then she had learned about Sirius' capture from McKinnon and been praised and debriefed by Scrimgeour, while Remus, who had been so calm while there had been a werewolf after them, stammered excuses to Scrimgeour about speaking to Roberts and ran off without actually explaining anything. Mad Eye had swept her into his cubicle when Scrimgeour was done with her and explained everything, mainly that Sirius was downstairs in the holding cells and Greyback had been taken directly to Azkaban, before passing her a letter that had come for talk. She had had to meet Lucius in the Ministry atrium for a bit and she had then headed back to the DMLE to wait for Remus. She was tired and the Greyback fiasco was done, but Remus was still needed here to help with Harry and Sirius and she thought she should stay for his sake. If nothing else, she wanted to make sure he was all right, because he had looked terrible when he had taken off looking for Roberts. It wasn't Remus that found her first, however. It was Florence, who had come in with the upset-looking Finch, a sad, grim Kingsley and a stunned Ben. Florence launched herself at Tonks the moment she spotted her. Tonks rubbed her back. Florence was shaking and sobbing uncontrollably, and that scared Tonks because, like Remus, Florence had always been fairly unflappable. Seeing Florence cry would be like seeing McKinnon cry. It just didn't happen. But it was happening. Finch nodded at Tonks from over Florence's shoulder and hurried away, rubbing at her face. Kingsley said something to Ben and went after Finch. Ben shuffled over and wrapped his long arms around both Tonks and Florence.
Melvin,
Tonks whispered, but she thought she knew. Tears were already building in her eyes in anticipation. Florence let out a loud, gasping sob and clutched Tonks tighter. Ben's arms trembled. Then, in the tiniest voice Tonks had ever heard her use, Florence let out a choked, "Dead."
"How?"
she asked, but it went unanswered. Perhaps that was how Sirius had been caught last night. Perhaps he had killed another person. Tonks squeezed Florence with one arm and found Ben's hand with her other and the three of them huddled there, sobbing, until footsteps made them look up. It wasn't Remus, and that made Tonks miserable all over again because she just wanted him there. Was that too much to ask right now? It was McKinnon, who had puffy, unfocused eyes and was standing with her shoulders hunched and a trembling bottom lip. Roberts was beside her, with a hand on her shoulder. The world was officially backwards. Florence disentangled herself from Tonks and Ben and threw her arms around McKinnon, who looked stunned until her eyes focused and she hugged Florence back.
"Pruitt?"
McKinnon asked, looking at Roberts with panicked eyes.
"Did you?"
Florence choked on a sob.
"Did I what?"
McKinnon asked hoarsely, fearfully. They were several yards apart and McKinnon had Florence covering most of her front, but Tonks could see that she was dangerously close to hyperventilating.
"Did I what, Pruitt?"
McKinnon asked, her voice shaking.
"What did you hear?"
Robert's hand was white knuckled on her shoulder and Tonks wondered what had happened.
"Did you hear?"
Florence choked.
Melvin's dead. Greyback killed him."
"Not serious."
"Greyback,"
Tonks said in a strangled whisper.
"No. He followed me,"
Florence cried.
"He must have."
"He must have seen her at the ministry and followed her to Melvin," she shouted his address into the flow. "And he was only at the ministry because he was following
me,"
she said. It was her fault. Greyback must have used Melvin to find Marlene's house and then tracked her and Remus from there. "It's my fault. Greyback killed Melvin, but it was because of me." Guilt and anger and too many other emotions for her to name came crashing down all at once. "I killed someone, I killed my friend." She could still hear Florence sobbing and she could still feel Ben's warm hand around hers, but beyond that, she had no idea what was going on. She thought she heard McKinnon say Remus' name and that made her look up, but he wasn't there. Less than a minute later, though, he was. She knew how much he hated crying, she had noticed how awkward he got when she cried, though she had never called him out on it, but he was there anyway, letting her hug him so tightly she was probably leaving bruises, and rubbing her back. He didn't say anything, but Tonks didn't want him to. The shock of learning it was Greyback was already wearing off, as was the instant desire to blame herself. Some of it was her fault, she and Remus had made the silver ring that had started all of this, and that hurt, like a bludger to the stomach, but if Greyback hadn't been such a monster and attacked Matt in the first place, he never would have known it was Tonks' jumper. And, ultimately, Greyback was the one who had tracked Melvin down, and he had gone out of his way to do so, because Melvin hadn't been at the ministry last night. She might have been the reason Greyback went looking for Melvin, but she wasn't the reason Greyback had killed him. A knot of guilt untied itself and morphed into anger. "I hope he rots in Azkaban," she thought, burying her face in Remus' shoulder. "And I'm sorry, Melvin. I'm so sorry." Tonks was still on that same bench 2 hours later, though she had stopped crying and Remus wasn't next to her, though he wasn't far away, he and McKinnon were taking quietly a short distance down the corridor. McKinnon was crying, and Remus was pale, but looked relieved and he had a hand on her shoulder. Ben and Florence were huddled next to Tonks and both of them were still crying on and off. She felt awful about Melvin, but Florence and Ben had actually shared mentors with him, since Shacklebolt and Finch did almost everything together, and had known him a lot better than Tonks and McKinnon had. She could only imagine what they were going through. She squeezed their hands. Remus hugged McKinnon, who left, looking slightly better, and made his way over. He gave Tonks a small, sad smile which she shakily returned.
"Will you be all right if I go to sit with Harry for a bit?"
he asked, watching her carefully. She nodded and he left. She watched him go and was tired enough that her eyes stayed fixed on the corner he had gone around even when he was well out of sight. Only about a minute after, however, Remus was back, looking torn between amused and weary.
"What?"
she asked.
"Your friend Charlie,"
he said, and Tonks took a moment to take that in, given how random it was.
"His last name was Weasley, wasn't it?" "What?"
she said again, blinking up at him.
"Yes."
All she could think was, not Charlie too. Oh, please not Charlie. She didn't think she'd be able to cope if Charlie had been eaten by a dragon or something. Her eyes were filling with tears again and Remus looked taken aback.
"Is he okay?"
she asked.
"I'm sure he's fine,"
Remus said, looking so genuinely bewildered that she relaxed and even laughed weakly.
"I need your help with something, some things, actually, that are related, though."
His warm hand gently tugged her own hands away from Florence and Ben, but he didn't let go after that, as she had expected. She gave him another shaky, half-hearted smile and he returned it as he helped her up and led her down the corridor to Bones' office. He twisted the doorknob and pushed the door open. 3 heads snapped up as they entered. Tonks tripped through the doorway, and closed the door again.
"Tonks!"
Ginny, who had been stretched out on the carpet, drawing something on a scrap of parchment, looked up, shrieked, and charged at Tonks. Tonks gave her a one-armed hug because she didn't want to let go of Remus.
"Watch her," she said reflexively and then, more faintly, "What are you doing here?" "We came to work with Dad today."
Ginny had a smear of ink on her cheek, was missing an eyebrow and her hair was singed and lopsided but she was grinning widely.
"And heard Harry."
She blushed at his name.
"Was here, so we thought we'd come to keep him company." "Shouldn't the room have been warded?"
she asked, looking at Remus.
"It's charmed to go off if magic's used to unlock the door,"
he said, smiling faintly.
"We used a hairpin,"
Ginny said, blushing again.
"Sorry,"
Ron said and then abruptly,
"Have you been crying?" "No,"
Tonks said.
"I'm just tired, that's all." "Oh."
Ron looked sheepish in his large desk chair. Ron had always been embarrassed around Tonks. On Tonks' second visit to the burrow, Fred and George had told her that he fancied her. Tonks didn't know whether it was true or not. Knowing Fred and George, it had probably been a lie to stir up their little brother, but Ron had been mortified either way, the poor thing. Like Ginny, his hair was blackened in places and he had a smudge of soot on his nose. The third person in the room was none other than Harry Potter, who was sitting on the edge of the desk, opposite Ron. He had a sooty face too, but his hair was too dark for her to tell if it was singed. He was watching Tonks curiously, and then his eyes flicked to her and Remus' hands. Remus' fingers spasmed as if he might let go, but Tonks squeezed gently and he squeezed back. A mischievous grin flickered over Harry's face and then it was gone, replaced by a worried frown. Then that went too, and he smiled again and slid off the desk to offer Tonks his hand.
"I'm Harry,"
he said, as if she didn't already know that.
"Tonks,"
she said, bemused. He had offered his left hand so that she could shake it without letting go of Remus' hand and she wondered if he had done it on purpose, or if it was purely a coincidence. She shook herself, glanced at Ron and Ginny again and then turned to Remus.
"I take it I'm here to take them back to Mr. Weasley."
They were luckier than they knew to not only have been able to stay this long, but to have not been found yet. If they had been found by anyone but Remus, they'd have been in serious trouble and Mr. Weasley probably would have been investigated. Still, if a 10-year-old boy and his 8-year-old sister were able to get to with a hairpin, it probably didn't say much good about how well protected Harry was. Although, most people trying to get to him would have used a wand.
I assume you know where to find him,
Remus said, smiling.
Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office,
Tonks said. She released Remus and jerked her head at the door.
Come on, you two.
Ginny looked put out, but she mustered a smile and a goodbye for Harry and blushed furiously the whole time.
I suppose I'll see you at school,
Ron said, looking uncertain.
Definitely,
Harry said, grinning, and Ron smiled back.
Maybe sooner if things go well here. I hope they do,
Ron said.
Thanks.
Harry's eyes drifted out of focus for a moment.
So do I. I mean, if something happened.
Ron began and Tonks winced. She knew Ron wasn't exactly tactful and hoped he wasn't about to destroy the friendship he and Harry seemed to have formed.
Well,
Ron said, grinning,
there are few enough Cannon's supporters as it is and need everyone we can get.
Harry and Ginny laughed and even Remus made a noise that might have been a smothered laugh. Obviously, Tonks was missing something. He joined Ginny over by the door and Tonks pulled it open. Remus went to sit in the chair Ron had vacated.
Hey,
Harry said, sounding shy all of a sudden. Tonks and both Weasleys looked up.
Thanks for everything. Coming to see me, I mean. It was. Thanks.
Tonks was taken aback and touched by his sincerity, and so, it seemed, were Ginny and Ron. Ginny beamed and went a brighter shade of red and Ron's ears matched his sister's face. His smile wasn't quite as wide, but it was just as pleased.
It was nice to meet you, Tonks,
Harry added as she ushered the other two out of the office. She smiled over her shoulder at him and closed the door. No one paid her, Ginny or Ron, much attention, thankfully, and they didn't attempt to run away or hide from her. She hadn't expected them to, but she was glad anyway.
I told you it was a good idea,
Ginny said, beaming at Ron.
Yeah,
he said, grinning.
Good idea or not,
Tonks said, amused.
It'd probably be a good idea to keep this to yourselves.
Both nodded solemnly, but still looked exceptionally pleased with themselves.
You ready, Dumbledore?
Alastor asked.
No,
Albus sighed.
I dare say I'm not.
Alastor laughed bleakly and peered through the window in the door. Apparently he deemed it safe, because he stepped back, tapped it with his wand and then gestured for Albus to follow him in. Alastor didn't spare a glance for the man on the small bed in the corner. He occupied himself with locking the door and checking the room for any traps. Albus, however, looked at Sirius, who had rolled over when they had entered. His eyes had brightened at the sight of them, both of them, if he wasn't mistaken, but he quickly schooled his expression into an unreadable one. He didn't look the way Albus had expected. Albus had been expecting a thin man with sunken eyes, waxy skin, an unshaved, possibly bearded face, and long, matted hair. That was the way he had looked in the photographs in The Prophet and the way he had been described. He looked normal. Like an older version of the handsome, friendly boy who Albus had watched grow into an Order member. And then a traitor. Sirius was maybe a touch thinner than he should have been, but the broadness in his shoulders was still there, and he was by no means emaciated. His skin was, well, skin. He had a smattering of stubble, but he had been in this cell for nearly a day now, and his hair was black, shaggy, and shoulder-length, the way it had been when he was in the Order. What threw Albus most was his eyes, however. They weren't shadowed, or sunken, as was symptomatic of spending any extended time in Azkaban. Mundungus Fletcher, a once valued order member turned petty criminal, had served several, admittedly short, sentences there, and his eyes still bore the shadows. Serious, though were clear grey, alert. If Albus didn't know better, he wouldn't have believed the man before him had ever seen Azkaban, much less spent a quarter of his life there. It wasn't fair, wasn't right. He should have suffered for what he had done, for the way he had betrayed them, in Azkaban, and taken his demons with him when he left. As far as Albus could tell, said demons had been tossed into the North Sea when Sirius left the prison, and he hadn't seen or heard from them since. He glanced at Alastor, wondering what he was making, or had made, if he had already been to see Sirius, of it. Alastor wasn't looking at Sirius' face, however. He was frowning at his side. Sirius followed his eyes and swore.
What ve you done to yourself, Black? Done, Alastor?
Albus said quietly.
Broken rib,
Alastor replied, still frowning at Sirius.
Just the one?
Sirius asked, looking relieved. His voice wasn't quite as hoarse this time. Albus found that disappointing.
Well, that's something at least. I thought it was two.
Albus stared at the younger wizard, waiting. Sirius hesitated and then said,
It was the Dementors. Dementors don't leave physical. I fainted, all right.
Sirius snapped, looking embarrassed.
I was over by the table and next thing I knew, I was on the ground and...
He gestured to his side. Albus didn't know whether to believe him. He thought Sirius was lying. Sirius had never been a good liar as a boy, which was why James or Remus had been the ones to deal with the teachers when the four got in trouble, but then, Albus hadn't managed to pick up on Sirius' traitorous lies in the months leading to Halloween. He obviously didn't know Sirius as well as he had thought.
Does it hurt?
Alastor asked. Sirius' betrayal had hit Alastor as hard as it had hit the rest of them, though it was easy to forget that. Alastor had trained Sirius to be an Auror, spent hours teaching him to stay alive, to fight. Alastor had loved him like a son, or grandson, perhaps, along with James, who he had also trained, and he had been devastated when he had heard the news.
A bit,
Sirius said, shrugging.
Good.
Sirius laughed and Albus and Alastor exchanged uneasy looks. Sirius hobbled over to the chair facing the door and gestured for them to sit. Albus did, and after checking the chair for traps, so did Alastor.
I know you like tea, Headmaster,
Sirius said,
but I don't have any to offer, I'm afraid. Aren't you going to not offer me something too, Black?
Alastor asked gruffly, folding his arms. Sirius raised an eyebrow and said,
Even when you trusted me you didn't accept drinks from me. Humph.
Alastor said.
Why, Sirius?
Albus asked, before he could stop himself.
Because he's a twitchy old codger,
Sirius said fondly. His grin faded.
That's not what you meant, is it?
Albus shook his head, and Sirius sighed.
I could ask you the same. Pardon?
Albus asked.
You're asking me why I betrayed Lily and James,
Sirius said, looking pained.
I'm asking you why you think I would. You were the secret keeper,
Albus said. He kept his temper in check. It wouldn't do to shout, but he did let some of his fury seep into his tone.
No, I wasn't,
Sirius said. Alastor rolled his eyes, both of them.
James told me. James lied,
Sirius said wearily.
We thought we were so clever, swapping, thought we'd bluff our way through. If you weren't the secret keeper, who was?
Alastair growled.
If you want the answer to that, you'll have to come to my trial,
Sirius said, sighing again.
You don't trust us, Sirius. Not as much as I used to, sir,
Sirius said sadly.
You've made some mistakes I haven't forgiven you for yet, I'm afraid.
Albus gave him an inquiring look.
You didn't ask for a trial for me the first time.
There was a muted, bitter twist to his voice. A long-buried twinge of guilt surfaced and Albus shoved it back down again. Sirius had deserved what he had got.
And the Dursleys? You're a brilliant wizard, sir, but that wasn't your finest moment. It was for the boy's own safety,
Albus said, but he couldn't push down the guilt associated with that, not when Sirius' comment was so uncannily similar to Albus' own thoughts.
Sure it was,
Sirius said. Albus knew Sirius believed him, but his tone condemned Albus all the same.
What made you take him?
Alastair asked quietly.
What?
Sirius said, glancing at his old mentor.
The boy, Black.
Alastair tapped his wooden leg on the floor of the cell impatiently.
I promised Lily and James that I'd take care of him if they ever...
Sirius cleared his throat and stared at his hands for a moment, and Albus wondered, with no small curiosity, what he was thinking about. Sirius looked up, his jaw setting.
I wanted him and they didn't. Did you ever think of what Harry wanted, Sirius?
Albus asked coolly.
Didn't have to. He told me, practically begged me not to leave without him, in fact.
Sirius said rather dryly.
And you took him? Just like that?
Albus asked, trying, and failing, for the 1000th time, to make sense of the strange man that was Sirius Black.
Just like that,
Sirius agreed, smiling.
And do you know what? What?
Alastair asked warily.
Other than choosing James' compartment on the Hogwarts Express in my first year, it's the best damn thing I've ever done.
After returning Ron and Ginny to Mr. Weasley, Tonks had retreated to Mad-Eye's office for some peace and quiet. Like Bones, Rattler, Scrimgeour and several other high-ranking Aurors and DMLE staff, Mad-Eye had an office with 4 walls and a door, and not just a standard cubicle in the Auror department. Mad-Eye hadn't been there, but she didn't think he'd mind if she stayed for a bit. She had curled up on the couch and thought about things, about Melvin, mostly, though Sirius's capture also featured in her thoughts. She supposed her job as Talk was over now. Lucius had certainly suggested as much when they spoke that morning, and she wondered what she was going to do with all of her spare time. She grinned, imagining the possibilities. Maybe she could go and visit Tom and Charlie. She had only received 2 letters from them in nearly 4 months, or maybe she could start going into the station with Dad, like she had when she was younger. Mum worked normal hours and so Tonks saw lots of her at home, but like Tonks, Dad worked strange hours and she hadn't seen him properly for weeks. Or maybe...
What's going on?
She asked, as someone shook her awake. It was Mad-Eye and he looked tired.
Constant vigilance,
he said half-heartedly.
You all right?
She asked, rubbing her eyes.
You look... off. Black,
he said, and limped over to collapse in his desk chair. He ran his hands through his grizzled hair and then folded his hands on his desk and looked up.
So that explains me, but what are you still doing here?
He asked her.
I'm an Auror,
she said, yawning. He didn't correct her and say she was only a trainee.
So am I, and if I had it my way, I'd be curled up in my bed at home.
Tonks laughed and stifled another yawn, She had slept for at least 6 hours, the clock on Mad Eye's desk said it was almost 7, and she still felt like she hadn't slept at all. Mad Eye's tense look softened.
Go home. I'm all right,
she said, waving off his suggestion.
Never said you weren't,
he said, raising the eyebrow above his blue eye.
But there's no training until tomorrow morning, tonight's session's been cancelled. Why?
She asked, though she had completely forgotten. Something as normal as aura training didn't seem possible right now.
Finch was supposed to be taking it, but she's... Melvin.
Mad Eye nodded, his mouth setting into a grim line. Tonks swallowed the lump in her throat and stared at her hands until she was sure she wouldn't start crying again.
You heard, then? I heard,
she said, and had to dab at her stinging eyes anyway.
Go home, Nymphadora. Get a good night's sleep and I'll see you tomorrow morning. Don't call me Nymphadora,
she said irritably as she stood up and collected her rucksack from the corner. She looked at her mentor again, and for all his experience and the fact that he was a formidable opponent, right now, all she could see was a tired, sad, old man. Her irritation faded.
I suppose it must be hard seeing him again,
she said tentatively. Mad Eye nodded.
I suppose he's changed a lot. That's got to be. Hasn't changed at all,
Mad Eye grunted.
Grown up a bit, maybe, but otherwise he's just the same. Exactly the same.
The unhappy slant of his mouth became more pronounced and he didn't offer anything else, so Tonks let it drop.
I'll go,
she said, and stumbled over her own feet on the way to the door.
Make sure you get a good night's sleep too, all right? Good night, Nymphadora,
Mad Eye said, looking amused.
Good night, sir,
she said, and saw him scowl as she closed the door behind her. Remus and Dumbledore were talking in the corridor outside, but she didn't see either of them until she, quite literally, walked into her old headmaster.
Miss Tonks,
he said, steadying her, while Remus gave her a tired smile. He looked absolutely dead on his feet. Dumbledore, on the other hand, looked like his usual, cheerful self, though his eyes weren't twinkling and his smile was a little distracted.
On your way home, my dear? Yeah,
she said.
Sorry for... It's quite all right,
he said, smiling kindly.
Are you here to see Sirius?
She asked, watching his face carefully. Dumbledore was harder to read than most people. His smile slipped though, and he didn't attempt to hide it. In fact he sighed, but Remus beat him to answering.
We've just been... I thought you were with Harry,
she said, looking at him.
Rattler took me down,
Remus said.
How was it?
She asked hesitantly.
I might have shouted at him,
Remus said, looking miserable. Dumbledore put a hand on his shoulder.
What did you say?
She asked.
A lot of things,
Remus said, and then his temper flared.
I asked how he could be so bloody calm when he's sitting in a cell surrounded by Dementors, being interrogated. You should have seen him, it's like he didn't even know that they were there. And do you know what he said? He said, I'll be all right, Moony, don't worry about me, that git.
Tonks and Dumbledore exchanged a worried look. Remus looked perilously close to tears, but also helpless and frustrated.
And so, he continued, I asked why the hell I'd care what happened to him, and do you know what? He looked hurt. Hurt. Like it offended him. And then he asked about Harry, and I told him he's doing absolutely fine without Sirius around, and Sirius just nodded and said thanks, and that no one had told him anything. He said thanks. And then as we were leaving, Remus. No.
Remus shouted, and Dumbledore closed his mouth.
As we were leaving he said, "It was nice to see you, Moony. After everything, after changing sides and stealing Harry, and after I didn't ever visit him in Azkaban, you would have thought my opinion of him was pretty clear, but no. It's nice to see me."
Remus stopped talking. His chest was heaving, his eyes were bright and he looked acutely embarrassed. Tonks reached out and squeezed his hand. Remus looked at her and the anger drained out of his expression. He just looked sad and helpless now.
"Dumbledore, are you done yet?"
Scrimgeour asked irritably, sticking his head out of his office at the end of the corridor.
"One moment, Rufus,"
Dumbledore said mildly. Scrimgeour huffed and stalked back inside.
"I think I'm leaving you in capable hands,"
Dumbledore said, patting Remus' shoulder once again. Remus's shoulders hunched.
"I'll see you tomorrow, Remus, and I dare say you too if you're around, Miss Tonks." "Good night, Professor,"
Remus said, sounding tired.
"Good night,"
Tonks echoed and Dumbledore swept away, his yellow and purple spotted robes trailing behind him.
"I should let you get home,"
Remus sighed, glancing at Tonks.
"Where are you off to?"
she asked, arching an eyebrow.
"Matt's, probably,"
he said.
"I need to tell him about Greyback, I don't know if..." "That can wait,"
Tonks said firmly. Remus stared at her, not seeming to understand.
"You're a wreck, Remus. You haven't slept. We spent last night being stalked by a madman and spent the morning catching him and sitting through interviews. Sirius has finally been caught. You've been trying to help out with Harry, you helped me when I heard about Melv."
Tonks took a deep breath.
"Have you eaten?"
Remus frowned.
Well, Harry shared his biscuits."
Tonks sighed and tugged Remus toward the lift.
"Where are we going?"
he asked, but he followed willingly enough.
"Home,"
she said. She, and Remus, were both in need of some serious mothering. Narcissa knocked on Severus' office door and stepped back to wait. A moment later, the door creaked and opened and a dark eye peered out.
"Yes." "Severus,"
she said, smiling slightly.
"Were you expecting someone else?" "As a matter of fact I was,"
he said irritably, stepping aside to let her into the dark office.
"I'd feared you were the headmaster."
Narcissa arched an eyebrow.
"He's been demanding of late."
Severus offered no more explanation than that as he led her through a doorway off to one side. It certainly hadn't been there the last time she had visited, and it occurred to her that it must usually be concealed. Severus' quarters were simpler than she had expected them to be. The walls were grey stone, like the rest of the dungeons, though like Severus' office, these were almost completely covered with shelves of books and potions ingredients. A small, crackling fire was the only sources of light, and allowed Narcissa to see a small bed in the corner of the room, a desk and cabinet in another corner, and that a Slytherin banner was the only decoration. Narcissa could count 2 doors, 3 including the one they had just come through, but all were closed. Severus swept over to sit at his desk and Narcissa conjured herself a chair. She sat and folded her hands while Severus waved his wand at the torches on the walls. They lit up and brightened the room considerably.
"Now,"
Severus said, turning back to her. Then, he paused and cocked his head, as if seeing her for the first time.
"Are you wearing red?"
he spluttered.
"Yes,"
she said. Severus blinked, and she wondered if he had expected a defensive response. Lucius certainly had. She had argued with him for 5 minutes about it, until he had said that at least her robes weren't gold and stalked off to brood in his study. Hydrus had come downstairs and told her she mustn't go out looking like that, because what would people think? Narcissa had smiled at him, her sweet, oh-so-Slytherin son, and assured him it was only because she needed to make an impression. She didn't tell him that she needed to make the impression on his brother. She had expected Draco to be horrified that she was wearing Gryffindor colors, or perhaps ask why she was dressed the way she was. All he had said, however, was that she looked nice in red.
I see,
Severus said. He shook his head and his expression became serious once more.
I take it this has something to do with Potter. Doesn't it always?
She sighed.
It does,
he agreed.
Beyond Potter, however, I have no idea. None?
She asked, smirking.
I have guesses,
he admitted.
But I prefer not to waste time, so if you would get to the purpose of your visit. You'll have heard of his capture,
she said carefully. Severus' face didn't change.
I thought as much. Then you'll also know that the Department of Management and Control of Magical Children are pushing to have Harry Potter placed into a new, stable home as soon as possible. Tomorrow night, I'd heard,
Severus said stiffly.
Dumbledore told you,
she said.
Amongst other things,
he said irritably. She ignored his attitude.
Then you're probably aware that there's something of a gathering tomorrow, where the Ministry can meet the boys' prospective guardians.
Severus groaned.
I suppose I can guess what Lucius will be doing tomorrow,
Severus said, and Narcissa smiled ruefully.
Indeed.
She waited for Severus to say something, but he was silent.
You see why I've come?
Narcissa prompted.
Indeed,
he echoed, leaning back in his chair. His black eyes bored into her blue ones and she held his gaze with an effort. She didn't know what he was looking for, but she wasn't about to look away, lest he think her weak.
Where do you stand on the matter?
He asked finally.
By my husband, of course,
she said haughtily.
If that was true, you wouldn't be here,
he drawled.
I know.
Narcissa had always been a woman with her own agenda, but that agenda had usually matched Lucius. She found herself wondering when that had stopped. Probably around the time he told you your son would be a Gryffindor, she thought grimly.
Well?
Severus asked.
I don't want him,
she whispered.
Lucius, or the boy, Severus,
she said impatiently.
I can hardly blame you,
he sneered.
The boy's a reincarnation of his idiot father and Merlin only knows what nonsense Blacks filled his head with.
Narcissa let him rant. Her reasons for not wanting Potter weren't based on his personality or heritage. She did wonder if Lucius had forgotten the boy's mother was a Muggle-born. It was the sort of thing Lucius would overlook in a situation like this, only to remember later and be horrified. Her reasons weren't even based on emotions, though she did fear that if she adopted the boy as Lucius wanted to, that she had become attached to him and that attachment would complicate things further. No, Narcissa's reasons had more to do with the welfare of her family.
Say what they want about Lily's lineage,
Severus continued angrily,
but no one can deny she was a decent human being. Potter, though.
Plain and simply, she wasn't sure that she wanted the Dark Lord back. Lucius and Bellatrix always spoke about how wonderful it had been when he was in power during the war, how exalted they had felt, and how respected they had been amongst their comrades. That wasn't the way Narcissa remembered it, though. She remembered Lucius and Bella never being home because they were away serving their lord, and she remembered worrying that they'd end up in Azkaban. Or, that they'd fail at a task and be killed by the Dark Lord himself. She remembered being scared, for their lives, for her own, and for Hydrus and Draco's once they came along.
Never mattered to Dumbledore, but then, he's about as senile as he is brilliant and leaning more toward the former with every day that passes.
Keeping the Potter boy and the Dark Lord on different sides was in her family's best interest, even if she was the only one who realized it. Lucius could return to the Dark Lord's service, and Hydrus and Draco could be initiated if need be, if the Dark Lord took over again. If Potter defeated the Dark Lord again, then having Draco in Gryffindor would help them fit in on the good, and the skills he was learning from Severus would help more. For Narcissa, it was all about keeping one finger on the metaphorical portkey. Taking Potter would mean putting her entire hand on the portkey, and it was too early by far to do something that drastic.
"Will you do?"
Severus asked, and Narcissa tried to look as if she had been listening the entire time.
"If I knew, I wouldn't be here,"
she said, and Severus groaned again.
"For years,"
he said almost reflectively,
"I expected that either Dumbledore or the Dark Lord would be the death of me. It was a premature evaluation, and now, I dare say it will be you."
End of chapter. Chapter 46, Mothers and Aunts. Remus yawned and rolled over, blinking himself awake. He was immediately aware that he wasn't in his own bed and started to panic, at least until he placed the scent of the room. Dora. She wasn't in the room with him, but she was the one who had brought him here, he remembered. She had brought him back to her, well, her parents' house last night, and Andromeda had fed both of them and sent them straight to bed. Remus had been too tired to argue and so had allowed Dora to show him to the spare bedroom. He remembered sitting down on the bed, and then nothing. He must have fallen asleep, or passed out from exhaustion, as soon as he touched the mattress. A small clock on the bedside table said it was just after 9, and Remus sighed. Half the morning was gone and he still had so much to do. He had to tell Matt about Greyback, he had to meet Dumbledore to discuss something about Harry, he had to see Harry, who was safe but worried out of his mind for Sirius, he had to see Sirius because Sirius, unlike Harry, was not safe but certainly hadn't appeared worried at all. Remus would try to give him information on Harry again, he knew Sirius would want it, and hopefully he'd be able to do so without having to shout to allay Dumbledore's suspicions. So much to do, Remus thought miserably, not wanting to move from his warm bed, but he knew he'd have to. Before he could do anything, he'd have to go home and change robes. He had been wearing the pair he was in for 2 days now. He sighed and threw his feet over the side of the bed. And then, something small and reddish-brown dove out from under the bed and latched onto his ankle with sharp teeth and sharper claws. He threw himself back onto the bed, tucking his feet under the covers for protection. His assailant fled the room with a hiss. "I think I've just met Dora's cat," he thought, dazed, as he inspected the tooth marks on his ankle. Remus heard footsteps, broken, amusingly, by the thump of a hand on a wall that he suspected was indication that Dora had tripped, and then there was a knock on the door. Before he could even answer, however, the door opened to admit Andromeda, not Dora. Andy, who must have been the one that tripped, was holding a pile of clothes and looked surprised that he was awake.
"Oh,"
she said.
"You're up." "Morning,"
he said, smiling at her. She smiled back and deposited the bundle of clothes on the end of his bed and passed him an envelope.
"Thank you,"
he said, arching an eyebrow.
"That'll explain things better than I can, I expect,"
Andy said briskly, nodding at the envelope. He turned it over and saw that it had Dora's handwriting on the front.
"I'd offer you breakfast, too, but I'm not allowed to, apparently."
What?
"I have no idea, but it's probably explained,"
she sighed, waving at the letter. She turned as if to leave and then stopped and looked at Remus again. Her scent was nervous all of a sudden.
"Remus,"
she said hesitantly.
You were at the ministry yesterday, weren't you?" "Yes, I saw Sirius,"
he said, guessing her next question. Andy's eyes, grey, just like Sirius, filled with tears.
"I know you probably, I shouldn't be asking, you understand, though, don't you? You knew him too, better than I did, probably. But, can you tell me, has he, changed?"
she asked.
"Not at all,"
Remus said gently. Andy closed her eyes for a moment, took a deep breath and opened them again. She looked determined, and Remus found himself remembering that while Andy had a softer side to her than he had ever seen Narcissa or Bellatrix show, she was still a Black, still a Slytherin, and still a formidable woman in her own right.
"Thank you,"
she said. She gave him a faint smile and left. Bewildered, Remus tore open the envelope. "Remus," said the letter inside. "If you haven't already realized, I've gone to work. I've sent a letter to Matt. You've arranged to meet him for breakfast at the Leaky Cauldron at 9:30. Hopefully Mum's woken you up in time and brought you a change of clothes. Dumbledore also stopped by. He needs you at the ministry by 12 to meet with Petunia. I don't know her last name, he didn't say it, but he said you would know who he was talking about. I'll be at the ministry until about 1, so if you're done with your meeting, we could meet for lunch. Let Mum know, I'll be seeing her later this morning, apparently, and she can pass the message on to me. Dora." Several things made a lot more sense now than they had a few minutes ago. Remus glanced at the clock on the bedside table. It was 20 past, which still gave him plenty of time, and dug through the clothes Andy had left him. There was a pair of baggy jeans that must have belonged to Ted years ago. The man he had seen briefly last night was a little too round around the middle to fit these anymore, and there was a faded pair of navy robes that were probably Ted's as well. The last item was a t-shirt and it had a note pinned to it. "Remus, I'd meant to give this to you for your birthday but I misplaced it." Personally, Remus thought that the new robes and the pillow-sized slab of chocolate had been more than enough for his birthday last month. Her presents and those from Sirius and Harry were more than Remus had received for all of his birthdays combined since his parents' deaths. Better late than never, though, With a growing sense of trepidation, Remus unfolded it. There were a few streaks of grey in her mousy hair, but otherwise, Andy hadn't changed at all. She was still tall and she still had the same high cheekbones, and the same grey eyes. She still carried herself like a pure blood, and when she tripped over the doorway, Narcissa saw she was just as clumsy as ever. The only new thing about her, in fact, were the faint laugh lines at the corners of her eyes and mouth. She didn't look in Narcissa's direction once, though Narcissa knew Andy must know she was there. A young woman, her daughter Nymphadora, if Narcissa was correct, followed her in. She looked a lot like Andy, with her grey eyes and heart-shaped face, but her hair was fair like Narcissa remembered Ted's being, and Nymphadora didn't seem to have inherited Andy's height. Just as Andy had, Nymphadora stumbled on her way inside.
And yet they'll swear until they're blue in the face that they're nothing like each other,
remarked Ted Tonks as he strode through the door, without tripping, after his wife and daughter. His belly was rounder than it had been when Narcissa last saw him, and his hair was a bit thinner, but his mellow voice and awful dress sense was the same. He was wearing a yellow and black spotted tie and blue and white striped work shirt and maroon pants. His daughter seemed to have inherited his dress sense. She was wearing a red tartan skirt, black stockings, high boots covered in heavy buckles, and a bright yellow t-shirt with a pink giraffe on it.
Blue in the face, eh?
Nymphadora asked, smirking at her father.
Like this? Nymphadora, no.
Andy snapped, rounding on the pair of them. Ted and Nymphadora exchanged looks and, wisely, in Narcissa's opinion, didn't argue and didn't do whatever they had been planning.
Madam Umbridge,
Andy said, giving the Umbridge woman a friendly smile. She offered her hand.
Andromeda Tonks. This is my husband Ted and my daughter. Tonks,
Nymphadora said, beating her mother to it.
Nymphadora,
Andy sighed, and Narcissa wasn't sure whether she was finishing the introduction or addressing her daughter.
Wonderful,
Umbridge said in her girlish voice.
Take a seat please, Mrs. Tonks.
To Narcissa's complete and utter shock, Andy sat down next to her instead of in any of the other 10 seats that were available.
Narcissa,
Andy said, politely.
Lucius.
Lucius, 2 seats away from Narcissa, next to Hydrus, nodded stiffly in her direction.
And how are you, boys?
Hydrus curled his lip and looked at his father, who was wearing the exact same expression. Draco's face matched there, at least until Narcissa nudged him and gave him a pointed look. The malice slipped off easily and, apparently realizing he was allowed to look at a blood traitor without being disgusted, Draco replaced it with a thoughtful look.
Well, thank you,
he said in a cool but polite voice.
We're what?
Nymphadora exclaimed on Andy's other side. Ted said something to her in a low voice, but Narcissa distinctly heard the words adopt and Potter. Umbridge gave them both disparaging looks and straightened her pink robes. Augusta Longbottom arrived shortly after and sat down on Ted's other side with a cheerful greeting. She a very tall woman and bony, but by no means frail. She had worse taste than Ted and Nymphadora, with her vulture hat and glossy red handbag. Her grandson, a chubby, round-faced boy with large brown eyes and blonde hair, shuffled in after her. Neville was his name. Narcissa couldn't forget it if she tried, not when that little boy was the one her sister had more or less orphaned. Augusta hadn't forgotten either. While she spoke to Ted and Nymphadora, she completely ignored Andy, and she didn't even glance in Narcissa's direction. Narcissa couldn't really blame her.
Mother, I'm bored,
Draco said, nudging her.
It's not proper to say that,
Hydrus hissed, and Draco glanced at him.
I wasn't talking to you, so why don't you mind? Or like my Frank?
Augusta said loudly.
You must be bright, then, my dear.
Nymphadora stammered, at little Neville gasped as her hair turned a bright pink.
I do all right, I suppose. Tonks.
A young man carrying a tea tray paused and stared at Nymphadora, though all 3 Tonkses had turned around.
Watcher, Alfred,
Nymphadora said nervously. The man, Alfred, set the tea tray down next to Umbridge and scooped Nymphadora into a tight hug.
How are you? Really good, thanks,
Alfred said enthusiastically.
You? Hem,
Umbridge said, and Alfred grimaced and went to stand beside her. Umbridge scribbled something onto a piece of parchment on a clipboard and Alfred flushed.
There you are, my dear,
Dumbledore said, escorting a hunched, old woman into the room. Narcissa had never seen the woman before, but she thought she was about 90. The woman looked at the empty seat next to Neville, and the empty seat beside Lucius. Then, she sat down beside Lucius, looking self-important. Amelia Bones, Rufus Scrimgeour and Thomas Rattler made their way inside too, and sat down. Bones claimed the seat next to Neville, with Rattler beside her, while Scrimgeour joined Dumbledore on the old woman's other side.
"Are we all here?"
Umbridge asked, smiling around at them all.
"Stupid. It's not like they can say anything if they're not,"
Draco muttered, and Narcissa gave him a warning look. Thankfully, however, Umbridge didn't seem to have heard, though Nymphadora sniggered on Andy's other side.
"We are missing one,"
Dumbledore began, but Umbridge cut him off with a prim, "Good.
"Let's start, then. Mrs. Pettigrew, your case."
"Surely not." Narcissa took another look at the alleged Mrs. Pettigrew. With her pale, beady eyes and pointy nose she could be Peter Pettigrew's mother. But Pettigrew's mother was younger than Narcissa's mother, who had turned 60 late last year, and the woman before her looked 90.
"What?"
the woman, Mrs. Pettigrew said in a squeaky voice, lifting a clawed hand to her ear.
"Speak up, woman. I invited you to present your case,"
Umbridge said, sending Pettigrew a look of dislike.
"Oh,"
Mrs. Pettigrew said, getting to her feet again.
"Well, I'm sure you all remember that I lost my Peter."
So it was her. Peter Pettigrew's mother. Narcissa thought her grief for losing her son must have caused her to age so badly. Lucius would say it was bad genetics, she was Muggle-born, if Narcissa remembered correctly. As if on cue, Lucius caught Narcissa's eye.
"To that monster, Sirius Black. I think it seems fair that I get his son, to replace the one he stole from me."
Lucius coughed and Narcissa rolled her eyes at him, but she too was finding it difficult to keep an impassive expression on her face. She had little patience for dramatics as it was, and even littler patience for those that she knew to be falsely grounded.
"My apologies,"
Lucius said, when everyone, except for Pettigrew, who had ploughed right ahead with her speech, turned to look at him.
"I swallowed something."
Yes, Narcissa thought. A laugh. Despite not knowing what his father had found amusing, Hydrus recognized the slightly mocking undertone to his father's drawl, and sniggered.
"No doubt of my parenting abilities,"
Mrs. Pettigrew said, sniffing.
"My Peter is a testament to my ability as a mother."
This time, Narcissa snorted. It seemed, then, that Mrs. Pettigrew was a rather awful mother. She had managed to raise a son who had got 2 of his friends killed, framed a third, orphaned a toddler and plotted to kill the 4th. He had also faked his own death, spent years living as a Weasley pet. The thought of the Weasleys wasn't quite as malicious as it might have been, now that Draco would probably end up living with them himself, only to run away from them and come to hide as a pet in Narcissa's own home. She'd be a hypocrite if she judged Pettigrew for playing both sides until he was confident that he'd survive. She was doing, or planning to do the same thing now, but she, at least, had her family in mind. Pettigrew had thought only of himself, and quite frankly, she didn't think he was worth more than the Potters and Sirius had been. She didn't care much for Lupin, something about him had always seemed off to her, but James Potter had been an Auror and possessed no small amount of magical talent, even if he was a blood traitor. And, as filthy as her blood had been, Lily Potter had known how to heal, and that was an admirable skill. No matter who possessed it, it was possible that Narcissa found it even more admirable because she herself possessed so little skill in that area. Sirius, of course, was a blood traitor, and had betrayed her own family, but he, like James, had been an Auror and a rather gifted wizard. If Bella had succeeded in pruning the family tree, as she had so loved to put it, Narcissa could have accepted that. Encouraged it, even, at least until recently, her opinions of Sirius were rather mixed at the moment, particularly because he was, or had been, the guardian of the boy that so many of her hopes rested on. Family problems should stay in, and be dealt with by, the family. And Pettigrew, no matter how close he had been with Sirius, was not family. He had no right to frame a black.
Brave Gryffindor.
Mrs. Pettigrew let out a loud sob, and a somber Dumbledore rubbed her shoulder when she sat down. Narcissa rolled her eyes. Tonks checked her sidekick and groaned. They'd only been in this stuffy little office for 20 minutes and it already felt like 20 hours. After Mrs. Pettigrew had said her part, the Malfoys had stood. Lucius had prattled on about good bloodlines and how he and his wife would provide Harry with a proper upbringing. Narcissa had brought up the money side of things. Tonks thought it sounded awfully like she was trying to bribe Umbridge, and the sour looks on Scrimgeour and Bones' faces told Tonks they thought the same. Tonks was relieved at that. If Scrimgeour and Bones didn't like the Malfoys, it was unlikely Harry would end up with them. Then it had been Mum's turn, and she and Dad had talked briefly about being able to provide a loving home for Harry and start to set right some of the things Mum's estranged cousin had done. Tonks had just been glad they didn't want her to talk. She had only just heard about this mental adoption plan of Mum's and was still trying to process it. Augusta Longbottom was the fourth and final one. She said something about strong wards and having both Harry and Neville in the same place, a strong family history, and little Neville had said he'd like a friend. Umbridge was quiet for a bit. She was scribbling things down and Alfred was reading over her shoulder, looking thoughtful, and Scrimgeour and Dumbledore were talking quietly. Then, Umbridge looked up and announced it was question time, and things went rapidly downhill from there. It started off innocently enough, Bones asked, and had to repeat her question twice, if Mrs. Pettigrew honestly thought she could handle living with a young boy again.
I'm more concerned about her ability to financially support the boy,
Narcissa said.
And her motives, of course. Oh, like yours are pure,
Mum muttered, and Tonks glanced at her, surprised.
I want what's best for the boy,
Narcissa said, arching an eyebrow, and oddly, Tonks believed her.
He'd grow up in a safe environment,
Lucius hastened to add.
The manor is secured against intruders. It's what's inside the manor that the boy would need protection from,
Augusta said. Unlike Mum, she didn't bother to lower her voice.
Are you suggesting we'd harm the boy?
Lucius asked silkily, while Narcissa bristled.
I'd be careful what you imply, Madame Longbottom, particularly when you were in St. Mungo's with your half-drowned grandson not 3 months ago. You only know that because yours was sick too,
Augusta snapped.
Rita Skeeter wrote a rather excellent piece on possible causes. I wouldn't discriminate like these two.
Mrs. Pettigrew pointed at both Lucius and Augusta, making Umbridge's wide mouth stretch into a smile. Tonks wondered why she was letting this go on and reached the conclusion that either all of her questions were being answered in the bickering, or that it was like the aura aptitude testing.
If I raised the boy, implying that you do the rest of the time?
Narcissa was quick to ask, and Mrs. Pettigrew blushed.
Young Potter would have ready-made playmates in Hydrus and Draco,
Lucius added smoothly.
Or in Neville,
Augusta said. Neville blushed.
Nymphadora will make a wonderful older sister,
Mum said, and Tonks shot her a look. She was pretty sure she had just beat him at chess and buy him sweets and teach him how to hex people he didn't like.
He'll benefit more from the company of children his own age,
Lucius said, gesturing to Tonks' cousins.
And we'll do our best not to play favorites,
Narcissa added. Scrimgeour and Bones both snorted at that. Rattler was frowning, and Lucius shot his wife a look. Tonks wondered if Narcissa realized that it was twice now she had brought up things, money, and favoritism, that were likely to turn Scrimgeour, Rattler, and Bones against her.
Every child needs a role model,
Dad said, surprising Dora. She had imagined this was Mum's idea, but maybe Dad wanted Harry too. He must have, otherwise he'd have left Mum to do the talking.
And who better than an Aura trainee? Yes, encourage the boy to risk his life,
Lucius said scathingly.
There's a good way to keep him safe. And you think he'll be safer with you? Now, Andy,
Narcissa said,
you know those charges didn't stick.
Tonks stared at her aunt again. Something was definitely up. She almost wondered if Narcissa didn't want Harry, because she seemed to be reminding Bones, Rattler and Scrimgeour of a lot of reasons not to let Harry go to the Malfoys. That was stupid, though. According to Mum, Narcissa didn't have an independent bone in her body, so if Lucius wanted Harry, which he certainly appeared to, then Narcissa would too. Maybe Mum had been wrong when she said Narcissa was smart.
Doesn't mean they weren't true,
Augusta said.
Everyone here knows that you and your sister. I want the boy,
Mrs. Pettigrew said shrilly.
He's mine by right, it's only fair. I lost my son to Black and now he can lose his son to me. It's Harry Potter, not Harry Black, you daft,
Mum began, but was cut off. The door opened to reveal two people, one of whom was the last person Tonks could have imagined showing up to show his interest in adopting Harry Potter. It was Snape, her old potions teacher. He looked exactly the same, down to the greasy hair, hooked nose, curled lip, and look of complete and utter disdain. The woman with him was tall and thin and blonde, and Tonks was positive she had never seen her before. Was she Snape's wife, perhaps? Snape didn't wear a wedding ring, but the woman did. Snape's wife. Now there's a disturbing thought. She wasn't the only one confused by the woman's presence. Alfred had a slightly sick expression on his face, and Tonks wondered if he had reached the wife conclusion too. Everyone else, except for Dumbledore, looked confused, but it was Lucius' puzzled expression that really threw Tonks. The woman couldn't be Snape's wife, or Lucius would have recognized her. Narcissa just looked thoughtful.
Ah!
Dumbledore said, looking delighted.
You didn't encounter any difficulties getting here, I take it? None,
Snape said, and glanced at the woman.
Sit.
But she didn't sit. Instead, she pulled a folded piece of paper out of her handbag and offered it to Dumbledore, who read it quickly and nodded before passing it on to Umbridge. Umbridge's face slowly turned red, and Alfred backed away from her.
What is this?
Umbridge spat, looking furious.
Those would be forms confirming my custody of the boy,
the woman said, pursing her lips. Tonks wondered exactly who this woman was.
I believe they're all in order. They're Muggle. Dolores, you know as well as I that we respect Muggle legalities in our own legal system,
Dumbledore said pleasantly. Amelia and Rattler both nodded, warily though, as if they weren't sure what they were agreeing to, and Scrimgeour watched the proceedings with narrowed eyes.
And you're her?
Umbridge asked finally. She put the papers down on her desktop and smoothed out the creases with her stubby fingers.
You're Petunia Dursley. Dursley,
the woman replied stiffly. Tonks wondered if this was the woman that Remus was supposed to meet later.
A Muggle?
Lucius asked, his lip curling. The cousin sitting closest to him mimicked his expression, while Narcissa and Tonks' other cousin looked impassive.
So I've been told,
Mrs. Dursley replied haughtily, and Dad grinned. Mrs. Dursley seemed to think he was mocking her, however, and sent an angry, embarrassed look in his direction. Then, she turned her pale eyes back to Umbridge.
Do you have any other foolish questions, or can I see my nephew now?
Dumbledore's eyes glinted and he was definitely trying to hide a smile in his long beard. Umbridge read the paperwork again and then, with a look of loathing, which was returned, at Mrs. Dursley, threw her hands up.
Fine, she said crossly. This meeting is postponed until 2 o'clock.
She snatched up the document and passed it to a startled Rattler.
Check that this is all in order, won't you? I'd hate for Mrs. Dursley not to get her nephew back.
Liar, Tonks thought. Umbridge probably wanted the documents to be checked to see if there was any way to stop Harry going back to Mrs. Dursley. With a wide, toady smile at the woman in question, Umbridge flounced over to the door.
After you, dear.
Thank you, Mrs. Dursley replied, pursing her lips. Her narrowed eyes found Snape.
Snape, are you coming?
And then, Tonks watched in complete amusement and shock as Snape, a man who scared Hogwarts students for a living, and was friends with the likes of the Malfoys, stood and swept out after her, a middle-aged Muggle woman, with a look of utter loathing on his face. What in the name of Merlin's pointy purple hat just happened?
Aunt Petunia?
Harry asked, his head snapping up so quickly that she thought his glasses might slip off. His expression went from shocked to confused to worried to blank before she could even begin to think why he had looked that way.
What are you doing here? Hello to you too, she sniffed.
He stood and offered her the chair he had been sitting on, before dragging 3 other, smaller chairs over from the corner. She realized that Snape and the pink woman had come in with her.
Hi,
he said, looking uncertain again.
Potter,
Snape said, and the pink woman said in synchronization.
Are you an Auror?
Harry asked, looking at Snape.
You know who I am,
Snape snapped.
I don't think we've met, sir,
Harry said earnestly, with a sideways look at the pink woman.
We don't get many visitors, you see, because we've been in hiding. Did we maybe meet when I was a baby? Does that mean you knew my parents?
It was on the tip of Petunia's tongue to tell him not to ask so many questions, but then she remembered it wasn't her problem. She didn't have anything to hide, he probably knew more about his world and his parents than she did now, and his behavior didn't reflect badly on her anymore. It was obviously puzzling Snape, but Petunia didn't care if the boy made him uncomfortable.
He was a friend of your mother's,
Petunia said. She surprised herself by offering the information, but it felt better than she'd expected to share something like that with someone. Lily wasn't a tabooed topic here, and she enjoyed the way Snape's expression soured.
Really?
Harry asked, holding Snape's gaze. Snape was the first to look away, and Petunia felt a stab of pity for the man. She had never been able to look into those eyes for long either. Not without seeing Lily, and wondering if her little sister condemned her for the way she and Vernon had treated the boy.
You'll have to tell me about her sometime, sir.
Snape said nothing. Harry didn't look dissuaded by the lack of response, or the vicious glare he was receiving. If anything, he seemed amused. He looked well, Petunia was upset to see. He was still thin but not unhealthily so, and he had grown several inches. She thought he might be taller than Dudley now. It was upsetting because, in a year in the care of a man who was supposedly evil and murderous, he was looking a lot better than he had ever looked when he had been hers to care for. She knew she hadn't been the best guardian, hadn't fed him enough, loved him enough, at all, really, but seeing him like this. It was like having every mistake she had ever made with him, thrown back in her face. She and Vernon had done everything they could to make his life miserable and here he was, spiting them with his happiness. It annoyed Petunia a bit, but she also felt something suspiciously warm kindle in her chest.
Is Padfoot, is he, serious, okay? How am I supposed to know?
She asked.
Dunno,
he muttered.
Sorry.
He stared at his hands for a long time, his face unreadable again. When he did look up, Petunia couldn't meet his eyes properly, she kept her gaze fixed on his nose and hoped he wouldn't notice.
So have you, are you here to take me away?
It didn't escape her notice that the boy had said away and not said home, or that his jaw was set, the way she had seen his father's set once.
I think it's best if I handle him alone,
Petunia said. The pink woman frowned, but didn't argue. She marched out and Snape swept after her. The door closed, and Harry and Petunia sat in silence.
Well?
Harry asked, not impolitely.
No. You aren't. I'm not taking you home with me,
Petunia told him, and Harry looked surprised, upset, and relieved all at once. Relieved? Were we really that terrible to you? It wasn't really a question that needed an answer. Harry took another few moments to process her response and then said,
So why are you here? It wasn't a voluntary visit, I assure you,
she said. Some of her frustration with this whole custody mess and Dumbledore and Snape's need to involve her, leaked into her tone.
Sorry,
Harry said, looking as if he genuinely meant it.
It's fine,
Petunia said, surprising herself. She didn't entirely mean it, it wasn't fine, and while she liked to blame the boy, and Lily, for this, it didn't seem right now that Harry was apologizing. He looked surprised that she had said it too, and they lapsed into silence.
How have you been?
She asked eventually. She saw Harry's eyes flash, the way Lily's had used to, before she said something scathing and sarcastic, and braced herself. She could almost see him swallowing whatever he had been about to say and suspected it was something along the lines of "What do you think?"
Fine,
he said, a little stiffly.
Really?
Petunia pressed, not sure why she was picking now to take an interest in her nephew's feelings. Perhaps it was because, in only a few short hours, she'd never see him again. She'd be his aunt by blood and no more or less.
Sure,
he said, as if daring her to challenge that. She supposed she had given up the right to get honest answers to personal questions years ago, when she had set him up to live in the cupboard under the stairs.
Were you happy?
She asked.
Where?
He asked cautiously. His eyes were wary, curious, but to Petunia they were a sentencing from Lily. With us. That didn't need answering either, and Petunia didn't think she wanted to hear the answer he'd give. She hadn't thought seeing the boy again would be this hard, would cause her to question herself. She had thought she had made her peace with her decisions long ago.
With him? Your godfather? Oh,
Harry said. One side of his mouth quirked up and his eyes darted around his comfortable little office prison, but they weren't really focusing on anything.
Well,
she said, a little harshly. Harry actually smiled at that, seemingly comforted by the return to her usual, impatient, irritated attitude toward him.
Yeah,
he said.
I was happy.
Petunia nodded and stood, clutching her handbag to her chest. She couldn't secure her freedom from this mess until everyone agreed that the forms she had passed in were legitimate. She had a few hours to kill, but she wasn't going to do it here. She doubted Harry wanted her there, and while she wasn't openly hostile anymore, her mixed-up feelings hadn't magically changed to make her love him and want to protect him. She took one last look at her sister's son, and left. Petunia Dursley's handbag contained an embroidered handkerchief, perfume, a purse full of Muggle money and cards, a copy of the paperwork she had given to Umbridge earlier, a small mirror, a notepad, keys on a Grunning's keyring, a folded article from a gossip magazine and a pencil with the name Dudley Dursley scratched into the wood.
"Your keys and the pencil have to stay here,"
Rufus said.
"But they're potential weapons, madam,"
he said, and she sighed but didn't replace them in her handbag.
"Professor Dumbledore will go in." "No,"
she said. Albus wasn't surprised.
"I've had enough of your meddling. I'm going to go in alone, say my piece, and then I'm going home."
Albus exchanged a look with Rufus, who shrugged and pulled open the door.
"In you go, then. If he tries to kill you, call out."
Petunia gave him a dirty look. She obviously didn't appreciate his morbid humor, and strode into the cell, handbag in hand.
"I can't find anything wrong with it,"
Giovanna Zabini announced. She was Lucius' solicitor, and he had insisted on inviting her in to read over Mrs. Dursley's forms with Bones and Rattler. Narcissa thought it was unnecessary, but then, she didn't want the Potter boy, and she didn't particularly like Zabini.
"Neither,"
said Podmore, who had been invited up by Bones. Narcissa wondered whether he had actually read it. It seemed to her that he had spent most of his time ogling Zabini, who couldn't be described as anything less than stunning.
"Nothing?"
asked Umbridge sourly. Zabini shook her head, looking apologetic, but Narcissa doubted it was sincere. Zabini had worked for, or with, Lucius for about 10 years now, and the only time Narcissa had ever known the woman to be sincere was when she was insulting someone, or citing a law.
"Excellent,"
Dumbledore said jovially.
"Shall I fetch Petunia?" "Go,"
Umbridge said, and Dumbledore stood up, beaming, and strode out.
"Let's get the boys,"
Lucius said, looking defeated. Narcissa took his hand and they followed Dumbledore out.
"Where was your sister taking them?" "To get lunch,"
Narcissa said. Both had held out until 1, but then Draco had started to whine about being bored and hungry, and Andy, who had just stood up to get her own lunch, had offered to take them too. Narcissa rather wished she could have joined them. It certainly would have been more enjoyable than spending an extra hour in a room with Umbridge, while Zabini, Podmore, and the DMLE staff bickered over laws.
"I'm awfully sorry I couldn't be of more help to you, Lucius,"
Zabini said, and Narcissa rolled her eyes as the other woman caught up.
"Harry Potter would be lucky to live with you and your sons. What would you know about children and their well-being?"
Narcissa laughed.
"My son." "You have a son?"
Narcissa asked, shocked.
"Blaise. He's a few months younger than your eldest,"
Zabini said primly.
"And I know enough about children to know that he's better off with his father." "Impressive,"
Narcissa said archly, and then blinked. Her own shock was mirrored on Lucius' face, but he hid it better.
"His father's alive." "Obviously, or Blaise wouldn't be living with him, would he?" "You know that's not what I meant,"
Narcissa sighed.
"Do I?"
Zabini drawled.
"How fascinating, I was rather certain I had no idea at all." "Then perhaps you're not as clever as you like to think,"
Narcissa said, pleased she had managed to twist the conversation.
"No,"
Zabini said.
"I am."
Narcissa snorted but didn't say anything else. There was no safe reply to that statement, and she suspected Zabini knew it.
"Mother."
It was Hydrus, and he sounded profoundly relieved. Andy and Ted both looked rather irate, and Narcissa suspected Hydrus had been throwing Lucius insults at them over lunch.
"Father, I'll leave you to your children,"
Zabini said, with a condescending smile. She had made it clear to Narcissa on several occasions that she didn't think mothering was a suitable way for a woman to spend her time.
"I have to get back to my job."
And there it was. Narcissa shot a venomous look in the other woman's direction as she kissed Lucius on both cheeks and strode off, her heels clacking on the floor. Hydrus was talking loudly to Lucius about what a horror lunch had been. Draco, though, wasn't with him. He was talking shyly but happily with Nymphadora and Lupin, who she suspected was here to help with Potter, about Merlin knew what. Perhaps it was Lupin's ridiculous t-shirt. Narcissa had only ever seen him in jumpers and shabby robes, so she couldn't for the life of her imagine what had possessed him to wear a stump silver shirt. It was a ghastly purple color with a savage-looking werewolf on the front and a list of concert dates and places. Stump silver was a heavy metal band. Lupin appeared to be trying to hide it by pulling the sides of his robes together, but was having little luck. Narcissa's lip curled.
"If you're out here,"
Ted said,
"then I take it Potter's going back to his aunt." "The Muggle,"
Lucius said disdainfully.
"I can think of worse places for him to go,"
Nymphadora said, with a pointed glare at Lucius.
"As can I,"
Lucius replied, looking at Lupin, who flushed and looked down. Narcissa thought that was odd. Last time Lucius had insulted Lupin, the other man had been furious and caused quite a scene in the leaky cauldron. Lupin only looked resigned, however. Nymphadora, on the other hand, swelled impressively, and literally. She grew several inches. Lucius was looking up at her, and her hair turned a bright, tomato red. Draco slipped away from her and to Narcissa's side, and she put a hand on his shoulder and thought absently that she'd need to encourage bravery.
"How dare!"
Nymphadora began loudly, despite Lupin's attempts to tell her it was fine.
"Nymphadora!"
A voice shouted, and it was too deep to be Andy and too gravelly to be Ted's. Besides, both Tonks's had looked content to let Lucius be shouted at by their daughter. Narcissa supposed it was payback for Hydrus' behavior at lunch.
"Wait, Mad-Eye!"
she snapped, and Draco shrank back again as the old aura limped around the corner.
"I'm busy trying to beat manners into my idiotic, conceited git of an uncle. You,"
she added, turning back to Lucius, who didn't seem to know whether to be insulted or amused.
"I need you downstairs,"
Moody said, grabbing her robes.
"Now."
Narcissa didn't know Aura Moody well enough to tell his mood from his tone, but something made Nymphadora straighten.
"Fine,"
she said, shrugging him off. Moody gestured for her to follow, but she didn't. Instead, she drew her wand and said, "Parvatijitam," before any of them could respond. Lucius seemed unaffected. Then a funny expression crossed his face and he fell over. Hydrus and Draco gasped and glared at their cousin. Narcissa aimed her wand at her niece and Lupin's was aimed, defensively, at Narcissa, because Nymphadora had lowered hers. Narcissa met Lupin's eyes and they both lowered their wands.
"I'll have you stripped of your position in the Aura program,"
Lucius snarled, his face a mottled red. He tried to stand, failed, and gave up. Andy sniggered and Narcissa shot her an exasperated look.
"Family or not, so help me." "Report me, then," she snapped. "But it's my job to defend members of the public against assault, of the physical and verbal kind,"
she added sharply.
"So I think you'll find my actions are perfectly justified, if unorthodox."
Lucius opened his mouth.
"I'd just shut up if I were you,"
Nymphadora advised.
"You've already threatened an auror, which is an offense I could arrest you for." "You're a trainee,"
Lucius drawled from the floor. Narcissa wondered what it was her niece had done to him, but he didn't seem to be in pain.
You need another aura present? Convenient, aren't I?
Moody growled, making Narcissa jump. She had forgotten about him. And, from the way Lucius paled, he had too.
The charges won't stick, laddie, but it'll be damned inconvenient for you, and we are on our way down to the holding cells now.
Lucius shut his mouth, but his eyes were as sharp as swords.
That's what I thought. Let's go, New York. If you finish that, I'll hex you too,
Nymphadora warned. Moody chuckled and glanced at something golden before paling and jerking his head in the direction of the lift. Lupin hesitated and then hurried after them with a worried,
Mad-Eye, did you say holding cells? How dare she hex father?
Draco said angrily, glaring at his cousin's back. Hydrus looked upset too, and was trying to help Lucius up, but Lucius just wobbled and sank back down again.
Stupid blood tray! Don't finish that sentence if you know what's good for you,
Narcissa warned him, and Draco gave her a sullen look. Uncomfortably aware of Andy's stunned expression, Narcissa said,
It was a nasty thing to do, but it wasn't because your aunt married a muggle-born. You mean a mudblood,
Hydrus corrected, making Draco scowl.
Why can he say mudblow? We'll discuss it at home,
Narcissa said, already dreading that particular conversation. Hydrus gave his brother a gleeful look and Draco glowered back. Ignoring her sister's sniggers and the amused smile on Ted's face, Narcissa turned her attention to her husband and joined his efforts in trying to undo whatever it was her wayward niece had done. Tonks, Remus, and Mad-Eye stepped out of the lift to the floor that contained the holding cells to find Scrimgeour, Shacklebolt, Ben, Macduff, Wright, Patel, Roberts, McKinnon and a healer in lime green crowding the hall. She could hear a man shouting, and a loud thumping noise. She could also feel the Dementors, and see them, hovering nearby, but she tried to ignore them.
They're all you could find?
Scrimgeour asked, either not realizing or not caring that Remus wasn't an Auror.
They're it,
Mad-Eye said.
What's going on?
Tonks asked, sidling over to McKinnon and Ben.
Sirius has. Well, we're not sure,
McKinnon said, her eyes fixed on the door at the end of the corridor.
Gone mad, Scrimgeour thinks, he's shouting for the Aurors and banging on the door. Has been for a few hours, apparently.
That certainly explained the noise.
Sure, what state he's in,
Scrimgeour said, and Tonks started listening to him instead.
We didn't want to risk rushing in, which is why you've all been called down here.
Wright and Patel exchanged nervous whispers, but Tonks couldn't hear words.
You're not to attack Black unless he attacks you first. Hear that?
Roberts muttered, and McKinnon gave him a stony look. Tonks wondered what that was about.
If he's safe, then Shacklebolt, Moody and I will see what he wants. If not, Black is not, under any circumstances, to leave that cell. Want to talk?
Tonks heard Sirius shout.
I'm not going to bloody attack you, so just come here and... We'll go first,
Scrimgeour said, gesturing to himself, Shacklebolt, Mad-Eye and Macduff.
You can watch the trainees, keep them out of trouble.
Mad-Eye nodded.
Them too,
Scrimgeour added, nodding at Remus and the healer. They moved forward in a pack, wands drawn and ready, with 3 Dementors at the very front. Tonks had grown so that she could see over everyone's shoulders. It made her a bit of a target, but at least she'd know what was going on.
Step away from the door, Black,
Scrimgeour said, and through the small, barred window, Tonks saw Sirius move away. He was grinning like mad and she felt a prickle of unease. Scrimgeour tapped the door with his wand and opened it, and the other 3 Aurors filed in, forming a half-circle around Sirius, who didn't seem perturbed in the least. He looked like he might explode from happiness, which was odd, given his situation and the closeness of the Dementors.
"What do you want?"
Macduff asked suspiciously. Sirius just grinned and held up a piece of paper. End of chapter. Chapter 47, Harry's New Home.
"Anything,"
Rufus barked, and Amelia shook her head. Beside her, Thomas looked ill.
"It's all legal, sir,"
Podmore said, looking up from a massive volume on wizarding law. Rufus growled. Of course it was all legal. Black had aura training and was unhelpfully knowledgeable when it came to the law. He was also bold enough to point it out.
"Damn it!"
he huffed, stalking into the next office, where Dumbledore and Snape were questioning Mrs. Dursley. The contents of her handbag were spread out on the table again, but hadn't changed. She still had a copy of the forms she had given to Umbridge earlier, and while Rufus thought the pile of forms looked smaller, as if she had disposed of a few sheets of paper, it was only speculation, because neither he or Dumbledore had checked the damn things to make sure they were what they had assumed. Zabini was beside Dumbledore. Rufus and the rest of the Ministry hated the woman, but she was good at what she did, and desperate times called for desperate measures, rereading the forms that secured Mrs. Dursley's custody of the boy. If they could find anything wrong with those, then the second set of forms would be nullified.
"Zabini?"
he asked, and the woman looked up from under long eyelashes.
"It's all in order,"
she said, shrugging.
"These weren't created with or altered by magic, and they've been filled out correctly. Mrs. Dursley's custody of the boy is unquestionable."
And that meant she was able to pass him over to anyone she liked. Which she had done. Rufus tore the door open and stalked out into the corridor.
"You,"
he said, startling Hemsley's trainee.
"Get me someone from Muggle Relations."
He'd need to get in contact with the solicitor who had witnesses the signing of the second set of forms and see if they could prove Black or Mrs. Dursley had obtained his help illegally. The trainee scurried off and Rufus walked into Amelia's office, where young Potter was still being housed. Umbridge and another witch from the Department of Management and Control of Magical Children were with him, but if the expression on their faces was anything to go by, they hadn't managed to find anything condemning about Black's guardianship abilities. Oh, there was plenty of speculation and plenty of crimes the man was accused of, but as Black had pointed out a few hours earlier, he hadn't been found guilty of anything because he hadn't had a trial.
"What can you tell me about the night you were taken from your relatives?"
Scout asked, peering at the boy from over her clipboard. Potter tore his eyes away from Rufus, who he had been watching from the moment he set foot in the office. No one had told him what was happening, but he'd have to be thick not to realize that something was afoot.
"Do you know Polkiss?"
Rufus asked, before the boy answered Scout. Potter's face closed over completely and Rufus wondered what the name meant to the boy.
"Potter." "Yeah, I know him,"
Potter said warily.
"Why? How do you know him?" "He's a friend of my cousin's,"
Potter said reluctantly.
"Piers."
He didn't seem to think much of this Piers, if his wrinkled nose was any indication.
"We went to the same school." "Did you know Piers' father?"
Rufus said.
"A bit,"
Potter said, shrugging.
"He gave Dudley a ball and a pen once, from his work, I think."
Potter thought for a moment.
"He's an accountant." "No, a solicitor." "We know that,"
Umbridge snapped, and Rufus gave her a reprimanding look.
"I'm just answering the question,"
Potter told her, frowning. Then he paused.
"Wait,"
he said, glancing at Umbridge.
How do you know Mr. Polkiss is a solicitor?
The color drained from Umbridge's flabby face and Rufus smothered a groan.
Auror Scrimgeour just said. I know what he said,
Potter told her, still frowning.
But he didn't say anything about Mr. Polkiss until now, and he didn't mention that he's a solicitor. And?
Umbridge asked, trying to cover up her blunder with bravado.
And you've been in here with me and that healer and Mrs. Scoot. Wendy's fine, dear,
Scoot said, sitting very still.
4 hours. Which means you knew before Mr. Scrimgeour came in here.
He turned his frown on Rufus.
What's going on? Thank you very much for that, Umbridge,
Rufus said irritably, and Umbridge shrank into her chair. The woman had high career aspirations and she certainly wasn't going to reach them if she kept upsetting Rufus.
Look, Potter. Scrimgeour.
Moody barked, and the door flung open. Rufus' wand was up in an instant, and he saw Potter's hand jump to his pocket, even though his wand had been confiscated days ago.
Scared you, did I?
Moody growled, looking curiously at Potter.
Constant vigilance.
Rufus knew it was coming, but it startled the other three. After he had recovered, though, Potter laughed to himself.
He's getting impatient,
Moody said, glancing at the boy with one eye. As Moody had been down in the cells with Roberts and Black for the last few hours, it wasn't hard to guess who he was.
And?
Rufus asked irritably, stuffing his wand into his robes.
And I bloody hope you've found something, because time's up,
Moody said grimly.
What time?
Potter asked, looking between them.
Nothing,
Rufus replied stiffly, answering both Moody and Potter's questions. Moody's face fell.
Guess there's no choice then,
he growled, and limped out. Rufus could hear him shouting at every available Auror on the floor.
Right. Sort out a roster, you lot, and quickly because they're not to be left alone. We're going to need 3 people in there, armed and alert at all times, and if you even think... What time's up?
Potter asked again as the door clicked shut and muffled Moody's voice.
Yours,
Rufus said.
You've got a new home, Mr. Potter. Through you go, lad,
Moody said.
But,
Harry stopped walking and looked up at Dumbledore, who was walking just behind him. The corridor was too narrow for them to walk side by side.
But, sir, there's a wall there. It's not a wall, dear boy,
Dumbledore said kindly.
Here.
With some difficulty, the older man squeezed past Harry, Scrimgeour, Moody and a blonde, eye-patched Auror called Macduff. Then, before Harry's eyes, Dumbledore strode through and vanished. Harry jumped back, alarmed. Then, Dumbledore's head popped back through, startling him again.
It's quite safe,
he said. Harry walked forward and he was going to hit it, going to walk face first into nothing. Just cold air. Harry glanced around. They were in a small chamber, they, being him, Dumbledore and Moody, who had just come through, with a lift at one end. The lift was guarded by 2 cloaked men.
It's cold down here,
Harry offered, shoving his hands into his pockets. He felt the drawing Ginny had left behind, a dragon breathing fire on the Chudley cannon's crest, scrunch, and hastily pulled his hands out again. He didn't want to damage it. Bet I would, too, he thought. I'm always ruining things, blowing up the training room at home. I bet Padfoot really is angry about that, but he just didn't want to say anything. He didn't want to hurt my feelings and now he's probably back in Azkaban. He'd have been better off without me.
Dementors,
Moody grunted, waving at the cloaked men.
Dementors?
Harry asked, stiffening. He had never seen one before, but he had certainly heard about them. He didn't move away, much as he wanted to, but he didn't take a step forward either. Macduff almost trampled him as she stepped through the fake wall. If there are Dementors around, though, then maybe Padfoot's nearby. Maybe they're taking me to see Padfoot? It didn't make any sense to Harry, but he couldn't think of anything better. Maybe they want to tell Padfoot that I have a new home, rub it in a bit. I bet I'll absolutely hate it there. I bet I'll be stuck with someone like Mr. Malfoy. And then Padfoot will hate me too. He'll get his trial and won't want me back, he won't even get a trial, they'll just give him to the Dementors. Harry was struck by the sudden horrible thought that Padfoot, if he was indeed here, had been surrounded by Dementors for 2 days now. Padfoot was good at dealing with them, he had survived Azkaban, hadn't he? But what if this time tipped him over the edge? What if he's mad? What if he's sad, or hurt? What if he's DEA?
Harry!
Harry yelped when he felt a hand on his shoulder and looked up, gasping, at Dumbledore.
Are you all right, dear boy?
Fine, he panted, looking at the Dementors. I bet it's them. They're making me think bad things.
I'm fine, sorry.
Scrimgeour appeared through the wall behind him and didn't break his stride. He walked straight past the Dementors and got into the lift. Everyone followed, including Harry, who didn't want to be left alone down here. Someone screamed as he passed them. He jumped again and glanced around, but no one else seemed to have heard anything, so he pretended he hadn't either. He thought he could still hear the voice screaming as the lift shuddered and dropped, but he ignored it. It was probably the Dementors again. There were more Dementors downstairs, but there was also a door, many doors, actually, through which Harry could see Padfoot. His heart leapt and he must have made a noise because Dumbledore looked down at him. Harry grinned back. Padfoot backed away from the little window in the door as soon as he spotted them, and Harry was seized by momentary panic. What if Padfoot didn't want to see him? Most of it was the Dementors, but some of it was Harry's own worries. Scrimgeour and Moody muttered something to each other and peered through the window, before opening the door. They both filed in and then Dumbledore put a firm hand on Harry's shoulder and they strode into the cell. It was smallish. Harry thought he could walk from one side to the other in 10 steps, and from front to back in 15, with 2 small beds in one corner, a curtained-off area in another, and a table with 5 chairs, 1 on the far side, 4 on the door side, in the middle of the room. Everything in the room was white. Except for the black. Padfoot was grinning ear to ear at Harry and seemed to be struggling to stay seated on the bed. Moody's glare seemed to promise trouble if he didn't, so Harry solved that problem for him. He shrugged Dumbledore's hand off. Dumbledore made a noise of protest, and launched himself across the room. Moody and Macduff tried to intercept him but he dodged them both. Macduff was easy, because her depth perception was a bit off, and flung himself onto Padfoot, who was knocked onto his back by the force of impact. Padfoot was shaking as he hugged Harry back and Harry felt something wet land on his face.
Are you crying?
Harry asked, feeling as though he might cry himself.
Yep,
Padfoot choked, releasing Harry a little bit.
I've got a broken rib which you've just landed on.
Harry scrambled off and was immediately grabbed by Moody, who put himself between Harry and Padfoot.
Oh please! If anyone down here needs protecting, it's me. Did you see him attack me just then?
He chuckled at his joke, but he was still clutching his side and the skin around his eyes was tight.
Sorry,
Harry said, stricken, from behind Moody.
You didn't know,
Padfoot said dismissively and laughed again.
Bloody hell, that hurt.
He didn't sound angry, though. Or is he hiding it? I bet I really hurt him. What if I made it worse? What if?
Not Harry. What?
Harry asked, looking up at Macduff. She was a tall woman, but she looked taller than before. Actually, everyone did. It took Harry another moment to realize that he was on the ground. And he was freezing. Macduff looked confused.
I didn't say. I'm not going to hurt him,
Padfoot said angrily.
Your bloody Dementors are doing that well enough, I think. Harry. Please, I'll do anything. What?
Harry asked again, focusing on Macduff again.
Move if you know what's good for you,
Padfoot snapped, shoving past Moody.
And someone cast a Patronus. Or better yet, send those damn guards away.
Padfoot knelt down and waved his hand in front of Harry's face. Harry saw something silver streak out of Dumbledore's wand and land by the door.
You with me, kiddo?
Harry looked at Macduff with wide eyes. She looked calm for a woman who he was sure had been screaming just a moment ago. Reluctantly, he nodded.
Get rid of them,
Padfoot said, turning back to Scrimgeour.
I intend to,
Scrimgeour said.
I just want you to understand that I'm not doing it because you've told me to. I don't care why you do it as long as it's done.
Padfoot snapped. He helped Harry up and over to one of the beds and sat down beside him, while Scrimgeour and the Macduff slipped out of the cell.
I'm fine,
Harry said, which was mostly true. He was still a bit shaky, but he was warm again. Dumbledore approached, wand still in hand, controlling the large silvery blue bird over by the door. He gave Padfoot a warning look and knelt down beside Harry.
Here,
he said, producing a chocolate frog from somewhere in his robes.
Thanks,
Harry said, taking it.
Chocolate is good after Dementors,
Harry said, tearing open the packaging.
I know.
Dumbledore watched him through his half-moon spectacles for a long moment and then his blue eyes flicked to Padfoot.
I suppose you would,
he said finally. Harry broke off one of the frog's legs and offered it to Padfoot, who wrinkled his nose and shook his head.
It wasn't offered to me,
he said.
Harry
began, but Padfoot shook his head again and offered him a small smile. Then, he tapped his temple, and Harry realized Padfoot must be using a clemency again. Harry took bite and then stuffed the rest of the frog in when he realized how good it tasted. Padfoot chuckled and ruffled his hair, and Harry couldn't believe how much he had missed the gesture. Dumbledore continued to watch Padfoot with a rather hostile expression, which became helpless when his gaze returned to Harry.
You will have a guard,
Dumbledore said finally.
Ridiculous,
Padfoot said, nodding.
But I expected it. I'm sure you did,
Moody muttered, rolling his mismatched eyes. Padfoot winked at him and the old Auror seemed disgruntled by that.
They will be with you at all hours. If they think there's even the slightest possibility that you're going to hurt the boy, he will be removed.
Padfoot nodded.
Harry, if you feel at all threatened, all you need do is alert the Aurors on guard and you will be escorted to safety.
Dumbledore looked nervous.
I get to stay here?
Harry asked.
With you.
Padfoot pulled a small stack of stapled paper out of his robes, unfolded it and passed it to Harry. Harry didn't know exactly what all of the long-winded writing said, but he got the gist. Padfoot was his guardian now, formally. Aunt Petunia had signed this and given Padfoot full custody of Harry.
"Is this blood?"
he asked, looking at Padfoot's signature.
"It's an old tradition,"
Padfoot said, shrugging.
"Supposedly it makes everything more official. I explained this to you when we left your aunt's last year."
"Oh," Harry said.
"Yeah. Right. And yes, as your guardian,"
his emphasis had Moody scowling.
"It's appropriate for me to have you staying with me, as long as they can't prove I'm a danger to you. I know the holding cells aren't exactly comfortable, but I thought."
Harry hugged him again, but was gentler this time. Padfoot smiled and ruffled his hair again.
"Yeah,"
he said.
"That's what I thought." "Lupin."
Remus hurriedly cleared his expression and spun around. Snape was marching toward him, scowling.
"Snape,"
he replied, trying to sound dejected.
"Interesting that you sought refuge here, of all places,"
Snape remarked, looking at the sign on the office behind Remus.
"Can I help you?"
Remus asked, refusing to rise to the bait.
"In 2 ways,
Snape said, stopping a few feet from him.
"The Tonks girl is looking for you. She seems concerned for your well-being."
"Oh," Remus said. He had run off when Sirius held up the guardianship forms. It probably wasn't the smartest thing to do, but the alternative had been to burst out laughing. Better that everyone assumed he was horrendously upset, than conspiring with Sirius.
"Right. I'll find her." "See to it that you do. If I have to see her absurdly colorful head once more this afternoon, I might just hex it off."
Remus arched an eyebrow.
"Professor, have you seen Remus? He's gone missing."
Snape leered at Remus, who frowned.
"I assured her someone would read your collar and return you to her, but she's growing impatient."
His dark eyes glittered.
"Right,"
Remus said.
"I'll just—" "When's the full moon, Lupin?"
Snape asked, as Remus made to leave.
"A week exactly,"
Remus said carefully.
"Why?" "I have need of the information,"
Snape said,
"and I'd look it up, but I know how intimately familiar you are with that particular—" "Right,"
Remus said for the 3rd time.
"Was that all you needed, or did you want to rub it in some more?" "That was all,"
Snape said, his sneer slipping off. His sallow face looked rather pale.
"Is everything all right?"
Remus heard himself ask.
"Not exactly,"
Snape said, and for a moment he looked troubled, before he schooled his expression again.
"Can I help?"
Remus asked.
"I doubt it, I assume you'll be likewise indisposed."
Snape's eyes were glittering again, in that rather malicious way Remus knew well.
"Unless a cure's been developed since I last checked."
Remus frowned at him.
"I didn't think so,"
Snape sneered, and swept off. "Git," Remus thought, rolling his eyes. He picked himself up off the bench and headed for the lift. Dora would be somewhere on level 2, with the rest of the Aurors and trainees. The lift opened and the cool announcer's voice said,
"Level 4, Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures." "Excuse me."
An elderly woman with a hissing nasal under her arm stepped off and Remus got in and pressed the button for level 2. Harry was mumbling something, but was fast asleep, apparently not bothered even slightly by the faint light coming from Marlene's wand. She had been forbidden to put it out, in case Sirius crept over and attacked them. Sirius rolled over and his blankets rustled.
"Would you please be quiet?"
Marlene growled. Sirius didn't answer her, and he did, amazingly, stop moving. She'd have thought he'd move around more, just to annoy her.
"Thank you,"
she said, and he kept ignoring her. She didn't like it. She had been on guard duty with Gawain and Proudfoot, who were slumped, asleep in the chairs on either side of her, for the past 9 hours. Sirius was yet to speak to her. There had been no cheerful greeting, no witty remarks, nothing. Not to her. Gawain and Proudfoot had chatted to him for quite a bit, and Sirius had chattered to Harry when he hadn't been talking to them. And she had been ignored. Sirius hadn't ignored her before, ever.
"Sirius,"
she said, holding her wand up. She saw his eyes gleam in the light, but then they closed.
"I know you're not sleeping,"
she said. Still nothing.
"Sirius." "What?"
he snapped, sounding exasperated. He rolled over and propped himself up on one elbow.
"Did you want something, McKinnon?"
She snapped her mouth shut and looked away, unable to deal with him looking at her like that, like he didn't even know her.
"Why are you calling me that?"
she asked, finally, forcing herself to look at him again. His expression hadn't changed.
"Calling you what?"
he asked.
"Your name." "My name's Marlene,"
she said, before she could stop herself.
"I know what your name is, McKinnon,"
he said, and she jerked away as if he had slapped her. He yawned, his hard expression giving way to a tired one.
"Was there something you wanted, or can I go back to trying to sleep?"
She didn't know how to word what she wanted. She'd sound stupid if she tried to ask him to stop treating her strangely, so she muttered,
"Yeah, sleep." "Roberts is asleep now, isn't he?" "I think so,"
she said, peering at her mentor. He had pretended to sleep. Obviously he didn't trust her alone with Sirius, but she thought he had actually dozed off about an hour ago. Sirius said. He pulled Harry's blanket up. Harry had been kicking in his sleep earlier and pushed it down, and then ruffled the boy's hair before sinking into his own bed and rolling over to face the wall.
"What does mean?"
she asked, squinting at his dim form. Sirius ignored her again and Marlene felt confused tears sting her eyes.
"Sirius."
She heard him take a deep breath in and then let it out in a sigh. She blinked to make sure she wasn't going to cry.
"Sirius."
Marlene got to her feet and crossed the room. She knew Sirius had heard her coming. His back stiffened, but he didn't turn around. She skirted Harry's bed and then yanked Sirius over by his shoulder. He didn't resist, but his hands darted to his side, as if to brace it. He didn't say anything either, just watched her, and shifted slightly, still holding his side. It was maddening. She could have understood it if he had been afraid of her, she had almost expected it, or if he had hated her. She had hoped for that. No, instead, he looked at her as if she was nothing to him. There was no spark of mischief in his grey eyes, no warmth, no humor. Just calm. Curiosity was too strong a word. Awareness, that she was there, that she existed.
"Yes?"
he asked. She released his shoulder and let her hand fall to her side. It felt cold, empty. "Don't be stupid," she told herself. "You hate him, remember?" But she didn't right now. She should have. He had managed to gain legal custody of Harry. She had failed to kill him 2 days ago and now she had had to give up her night to guard him. It was hard, though, to hate him when he looked at her so dispassionately. Like he didn't care what she thought, that she was even there. Like she wasn't worth his time. Like she had betrayed him, only there was no anger in his eyes.
"I'm nothing to you,"
she whispered, not sure if the was telling him that, or asking him.
"No,"
he said stiffly.
"You're not."
Marlene tucked her hair behind her ear and backed away to the chair she had been sitting in before. Sirius had rolled over again, and there was no chance of him seeing the way her lip had started to tremble. She took a few steadying breaths and sniffed, trying not to cry.
"Would you please be quiet?"
he said, in the exact same tone she had used with him before. Marlene swallowed and shook Proudfoot awake. She didn't want Gawain to see her like this, because he'd want to know what had upset her and she didn't want to have that conversation. Ever.
"McKinnon,"
Proudfoot said blearily.
"I've got to go,"
she said, and her voice sounded strained even to her own ears. She could only imagine what Proudfoot must think.
"I'll send someone else down." "Are you all right?"
he called.
"No,"
she said thickly.
"Not really."
She flicked her wand at the door and ran out of it, not caring what Sirius or Proudfoot thought. She made sure it was locked again and then went to declare herself to Mad-Eye, who was standing by his chair, guarding the outside. Scrimgeour had apparently thought it was too dangerous to leave the Dementors guarding the cell while Harry was in it.
"McKinnon,"
he said, and Savage, who was sleeping in a chair on the other side of the corridor, jerked and mumbled something.
"What's—" "I can't be in there,"
she said, wiping her eyes on the back of her hand.
He. "It's not easy, is it?"
he asked grimly.
"We'll swap,"
he said, taking a sip from his hip flask.
"Just wake Sava. Let him sleep,"
she said, shaking her head.
"I won't."
Mad-Eye patted her shoulder and limped into the cell. Marlene sank into his chair, pulled her knees up to her chest, and began to cry quietly.
"I knew you would come,"
Fenrir said, smiling at his visitor. There were tear tracks on her cheeks, her nose was red and her eyes were far away.
"Did you?"
she asked flatly.
"Yes,"
Fenrir said eagerly, crawling toward the bars. She watched him, impassive.
"You've come to rescue me." "You're mad already,"
she said, disgusted, pulling her robes out of his reach. His hand fell to the grey, stony ground. There was silence, and the wind whipped her hair around her face.
"I haven't come to help you." "Why are you here then?"
he asked, confused.
"Because I want to know what happened,"
she said, staring down at him. Her dark eyes were cold, disapproving.
"I've made you strong,"
he said, beaming. A Dementor passed behind her and they both shivered.
"No,"
she said.
"I did that. I gifted you."
Her lip curled.
"You ruined me, my old life's gone, thanks to you. I had to drop my old friends, my family. My parents look at me and they're terrified. So they should be. You're more powerful than they could even imagine." "My father." "I am your father,"
he said, pressing himself against the bars to get closer to her. He took a deep breath, inhaling her sweet, sweet scent, the scent that had evaded him for nearly a year and a half.
"You're a monster,"
she said firmly.
"We both are." "Is that why you've done it, then?"
he asked, reaching for her hand.
"Is that why you've joined them?"
His hand closed around her smaller one. She stared at it in shock, but there was a look of yearning on her face too.
Feels good, doesn't it? Warm. I bet no one's held your hand since.
She yanked her hand out of his and took a step back, still staring at her fingers. Fenrir held his hand to his nose and breathed in.
I asked you a question,
she said.
You want to know what happened?
Fenrir asked. She nodded, her eyes bright and wary.
Free me.
A Dementor swooped in from behind her and Fenrir howled and crawled to the back of his cell. He was cold, so cold, and it was dark, even with his eyesight. He lost track of time, but when he sat up, she was still there, still watching him. Her shoulders were shaking and there were fresh tears on her cheeks, but she was there.
I did make you strong,
he said, dragging himself forward.
What happened?
She asked, folding her arms.
Free me. I hope you rot,
she spat.
Answer the question. Manners, daughter. Answers, father,
she said in a brittle voice.
I waited until he was alone,
he whispered, encouraged. She had called him father.
Then I knocked on the door and asked to come in. He was so polite, so friendly.
He heard her teeth grind together.
Scared, once I pulled out my wand, but I like them that way. He fought, but I overpowered him. He tried to lie.
Fenrir wheezed a laugh.
I smelled it right away, of course. Little fool.
He laughed again and bared his teeth.
I don't like it when people lie.
She was drinking in every word, but he could smell her horror, her fury.
I got my answers eventually. I won't tell you how.
He smiled up at his daughter. Her face was white in the light of the almost full moon above them.
He would have lived though. I took his wand and I was leaving, when I heard him say something. I don't know what he said, but he was talking into a golden pocket watch. He was trying to warn someone.
Fenrir snorted.
I could have left him alive, but... But you didn't,
she said, her face hardening.
He chose his own fate,
he said, shrugging.
I just helped him along. I suppose he was a little lion? So brave and self-sacrificing. Actually, she said. He was a snake.
She knelt down, bringing them to the same height for the first time.
And snakes are poisonous.
Fenrir's smile widened and he decided to play along.
But I wasn't bitten.
She raised an eyebrow and stood up. He shifted closer to the bars.
Really?
She asked, and smiled once, cruelly.
What's Azkaban if it's not a poison?
She turned on her heel and strode away as the Dementors closed in. It wasn't supposed to have happened this way. Humiliation after humiliation was all that Sirius Black had brought the Ministry. First he had been an Auror, and then he had betrayed them all, then he had escaped the inescapable prison, then he had kidnapped a boy not even the Ministry had known where to find. Then, Black had evaded them for months before losing Potter and stealing him back from right under everyone's noses a week later. Then he had evaded them for another few months before surrendering in the middle of Diagon Alley. Then he had deflected their questions, forbidden them from questioning the Potter boy, and then managed to steal the Potter boy back yet again, all without breaking a single law, and all without moving from his tiny cell at the bottom of the Ministry. He and Potter had lived there for 3 days now, quite comfortably. It was maddening. Britain was sure to become a laughingstock because of one stupid, stubborn man.
10 of you, I think,
she said with a smile. It would be better this way. If she failed, she had nothing to lose. No one could whisper her name in the wrong ear, and no one would give her away. Absolute loyalty was part of the contract. Loyalty to the ministry. And she was the ministry. If she succeeded, she'd be a hero. Minister in a year, probably sooner. She'd be sorry to see Cornelius lose his job, but really, he was too soft-hearted to do what needed to be done, and he had no aspirations for the future of the wizarding world. Perhaps he could be her undersecretary. Advice was always welcome, and she did like Cornelius.
7 are to deal with the Aurors. Don't hurt them if you can help it,
she warned.
Just don't let them interfere until the job is done.
But Sirius Black had to go. No one would miss him. The man was a lunatic, a criminal. Perhaps Potter would be sad, but he was young. He'd move on, forget. Lucius Malfoy would give the boy a good home, and give her a good reward. It was all for the best, all for the good of the ministry. Perhaps she'd even get an Order of Merlin. She deserved one, surely. She had been in the same position for 15 years, doing the same boring things with the same boring people, training up the same boring trainees. Albert, or something, was the one she had currently, and she'd be glad to see the back of him. She didn't even like children. Yes, an Order of Merlin, first class, for her patience.
3 of you can deal with Black and Potter. Don't hurt the boy, but don't let him interfere either.
Lucius would blame her if harm came to him, and Lucius was the sort of man who could give her the world, or take it away. She didn't like it when things were taken from her. Even as a girl, she had hated it when her sister Allegria borrowed her things. Her mother had always encouraged her to share, but her mother was a fool who spent her time with her head floating around like those silly cupids she kept in her tea shop. Her mother had good decorative sense, but not much else. Sharing was for the weak.
And a kiss should do for Black.
The strong took what they wanted and the weak shared what was left. She wasn't a weak woman. She was capable of doing what needed to be done.
See to it that it happens.
End of chapter.